Hello and welcome back to the Orienteering World Cup. We're round 3 in Czechia in Vyšehrad, right on the Austrian border. We're back in the same arena as we've been for the last few competitions, ready for the first Forest Relay of 2026. We're going to start with the women's race today and then move on to the men's as usual. Teams of 3 competing one after another out on the course today, and we're expecting about 30-minute winning time per leg. Sunny conditions this morning for the relay, 24 degrees, and the women going first today will have had quite a short turnaround from yesterday's middle distance. They're in quarantine, ready to go, and we've got loads of spectators out in the big meadow as well, where we will see the start, the finish, and all the changeovers. This is the big hill they're going to have to tackle, going almost to the top of it, halfway round the courses. Beautiful forested hills, very continental terrain that they are going to have to deal with, and the teams would have been able to suss out probably which hill they're going to be running up today. We've had this arena, as I said, in the same place all week and been going into different parts of the forest from the field as well. So as you can see, leg 3 is a little bit longer than today at 5.1 kilometres. You've got about over 200 metres of climb as well, and obviously it'll take them around about 30 minutes each. This is a map then. Our first chance to take a look at it. Jonas, why don't you talk us through it?
Yeah, and it is kind of similar to what we have seen, at least when it comes to the terrain in the last days. It's kind of middle distance character. We start with 4 Kings just after starting point. It looks wet on the map. It's not that wet in this section there. It's quite good runability. Then we get into this part in a slope, which I think could be key today, because if you have 4 Kings parallel to the slope, usually it's a bit more difficult than others. Then an arena passage and a final loop. I can see it here. That's where we have the difference then between the first and the second and the third leg. So there's no forking in the very end of the course. That's the blue option then. This is the section in the beginning here. It's a bit greener. The course planners say that actually there could be a couple of mistakes here because it's in the green bits. Of course, it's hard to, with the visibility a bit harder. You can see it's not that wet as you would expect it when you just look at the map. The ground is rather good runnable, but it's a bit similar to what we have seen in the middle distance yesterday in the second part, that you have to navigate with the vegetation here, and this caused a little bit of troubles yesterday in the middle distance. But given the fact that, I mean, especially on the first and second leg, when they start together, I think there's so many runners out there looking for the controls. Of course, it's forked, but still many eyes to find the controls together. This is kind of a route choice leg, 7 to 8 different options here. You can go straight to the left or to the right. It depends a bit on what the runners experience now in the first part here, what they will execute. It's also a bit depending on which control then they have at control 8, because this is a forking. This here is just after the arena passage, second loop, 13 to 14. And again, you kind of cut over this hill in the slopes. You don't go over the top, but then you drop down again. It's something you have seen yesterday as well in the beginning of the course. It can cause problems if you don't find a clear attack point when you descend to a control like this. So you have to be careful. We saw that in the beginning of the middle distance course yesterday at control 4 and 5.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very tricky, very fast, the planners are expecting as well. And in terms of the start list, we're looking at the teams lining up here. I think this is going to be a really fascinating relay because all of the teams kind of have very different characteristics of them. I think it's really hard to call who's going to win today.
We were chatting a bit about this before the broadcast started, and we both thought that it's kind of a change compared to earlier relays, because we often have Switzerland and Sweden as the favorites in the women's relay. they have completely new teams today with strong last leg runners, but the first two runners rather unexperienced, so this will be a kind of a change. I see Czechia as a strong team, Norway, and then Finland has two very interesting teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's look at the first leg runners. Victoria Heistad Bjornstad joins Maria Lausen and Pia Young-Vik. They're the defending world silver medalists. Switzerland, Paula Gross and Lily Graber to start, and then Simona Abersold is definitely their best runner. The junior Fia Hjärna will start for Sweden, and then again another young and fairly inexperienced runner with Clara Borg on the second leg. Sanna Fast is definitely their best runner in the team. Ida Happala starts the team for Finland. Lots of depth and consistency in that Finnish team as well as in the second team as well. Cécile Calandri is definitely the best of the French team. Expect them to fade a little bit later on. But Czechia with Denisa Kralova, and then we've got Teresa Retourier and Lucy Dietrichova. Both of them have won bronze medals in this World Cup, so expect them to do well, especially towards the end. Denmark, Hedvig Valbjørn Gideson will be leading them off. A very, very fast runner, but maybe not quite the expertise in the forest. And big cheers there for Hungary with Silla Gardoni to lead them off. I mean, if we're looking at the kind of the top 6 teams, not France really, but any of those are the top 6 teams, and look out for Finland too. Inka Nurminen was 10th in the middle, Marika Taney was 8th in the middle, Maja Sienoja was 10th in the long. There's a lot of depth there in that Finnish squad, so I'd really look out for Finland too as well. But we've got seconds to go to the start, and we have all of the teams lining up here. As we mentioned, multiple teams per nation as well, so we'll try and look out here. And just a simple go sets them off into the forest. They open their maps there. You can see Denisa Kralova heading out there quite fast. So too Victoria Heistad Bjornstad. And it's a big, big field that they're in today. They've got a long, long run out, actually before they get to the start point. It's almost 300 metres, so just the first section is loads and loads of cheering. It's great to see spectators lining the whole of that run out, and they have, as I said, quite a long way before the actual start point. They'll unfurl their maps, try and figure out the first control, but as you can see already, the pack kind of spreading out as they run out of the arena here. And then sort of forked first control, there's very, very rarely that there isn't a forked control to number 1, but it's basically they'll all continue on a similar line and they're just kind of different distances away. So here we go, they're cutting into the terrain here. They'll very soon pass the start kite itself just underneath the trees, and then you'll get the orienteering starting. They'll dip off into the right hand side and into the forest there as well.
The interesting thing, you mentioned it with the forking here. I think it's a kind of forking. It's you go into the same direction. This time all the runners head towards a small path, but then you have to be careful when you leave this path in order to get your control. If you stay a bit too long, you can get to the wrong forking, or of course if you leave it a bit too early, you can get to the wrong control as well. So you have to be careful. At the same time, I think they are quite okay at that point there. It shouldn't cause any problems. But if you're a bit overpacing, maybe not 100% focused from the start, it can cause problems here. Also, if you don't really dare to navigate with vegetation objects.
Yeah, you can see some kind of denser trees here. Now they open out a little bit more, and the visibility is so good here. This is what is also going to make it, I think, quite interesting as a relay, where you can spot runners going different ways, and you can see they really have spread quite a lot here. And those with the furthest control here should be higher up the slope if they've taken a direct route. Those with the closest control should be a little bit further down. But just look how much of this terrain you can see. That's going to make it hopefully easier. And also, yeah, as you said, there's some good attack points coming off that track to get to the control.
So in the first part of this first control, I think they stay all together. I don't think it's so necessary to stay a bit higher or lower. You just have to go to this path. If you have the green control, you can just drop down behind the light green, or even cut through it and be aware of that the control is just behind. I think that the B control might be the most difficult one, if you want to call this one difficult, because you don't really have a clear attack point. The red one, then you have a small track leaving just from the path, so quite easy again.
Yeah, so high speed through this forest. You can see the kind of the way the forest changes slightly. You've got these fallen trees that they're going over, but here we go. No problems there for this group at the control. You can see just the athletes making sure they get the direction right to the next one. As we follow Finland here through to the next control, crossing the track and then out towards the control number 2. There's the track.
Yeah. And control number 2, I would say, I mean, if you have the blue one, there is this small kind of tower feature that gives you a clear attack point. If you have the red one, you have a line feature where the control is located at, so it shouldn't be, you don't have to be 100% accurate there. And I would say that C1 is probably the most difficult one, but even this one, I would be very, very surprised if we see bigger mistakes here in the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got our drone shot over this power line. You can see everybody crossing that from north to south, and we've got the tracks in the way it intersects as well. So it shouldn't be too tricky. There's one of the controls here on the stream. And as you can see, high speed, super high speed from the athletes here. And this forking is really, as you can see here, really splitting them up. They've tried to balance the forkings to hopefully try and group them up together again at control 3, so people haven't had too much of an advantage or a disadvantage based on which control they've been on. Although I feel like those that have got A are going to be a little bit further back in the pack here. We will wait and see those get our first time check very soon.
It's usually, if there is a difference in the 3 forking systems, then it's a good thing to actually have the bit longer on the first leg. I see here that France has a kind of a different direction out from the control. I don't think she's doing a mistake. I mean, she had this fence that gave her an indication about direction. She just wants to avoid the green area on another side compared to the others, and maybe you don't see all of the GPS dots here either, so she might not be by herself.
No, she's absolutely not. She's in a group with Finland too, Lithuania, Latvia's in there as well, and they're just kind of choosing to go south around that bit of green, basically heading into the White Forest where you've seen it's really runnable. So yeah, they're doing well. I think the ones that have had the B option look to be kind of the first ones to make it through to control 3 though, I think, today. Here it is. Here is control 3. Let's see who's there first.
And actually, this one is a bit more difficult. You can see that the visibility just around is not as good as it was before. At the same time, it's a common control. So I think on this first leg, we won't see any problems. Or if we see problems, then everyone is going to have them. It's then the 4th control. The first one probably a bit more difficult. But it's not a very long control to go. It's just a couple of 100 meters. I can hear them already. Can't see them yet.
Here they come, coming through now. Is that
Czechia, isn't it?
I think so, with the light trousers here. Yeah, that looks like Kralova here in the lead.
Poland.
We've got Poland and
Norway.
Spain. Yep. Norway, Victoria Hesebjørn said Freya Hjernes in there in equal 3rd place as well for Sweden 1. Finland 3 and Finland 2 also up there. Denmark came through in 7th place, Sweden 2 in 8th place. Dora Delic for Croatia inside the top 10. Finland 1 in 17th, 20 seconds down.
Mm-hmm. And the next control, you have to be a bit careful. This time it's not that everyone is going into the same direction as we had at the first forking. Now you have to slightly have a different angle when you leave control 3. So if you're not very accurate leaving the control, there's a risk that you end up at the wrong forking, or at least a little bit outside the circle. But also here there are a couple of line features, your streams, you have a small path there, a track there as well.
And I mean, it's super visible, it's super runnable. When it's so hard to stay on your compass bearing when you're kind of going through green, when you can't see further ahead, but it should be a lot easier in the white where it is a lot more visible. And we've lost all of the GPS trackers in this bit, the forest. So everyone's going into control 3, and then yeah, we kind of not picking them up on the GPS. We will see them again, I think, at control number 5. But yeah, to recap, Denisa Kralova forward, and Czechia was the first one to control number 3. Poland in 2nd place, and Norway equal with Sweden in 3rd place. We had Switzerland down about 30 seconds down. I think, yeah, Paula Gross 31 seconds down on there. But I mean, it's the Falklands will kind of have some differences, I think, in the athletes this time.
Switzerland, one of the teams that had the A control, the red one, which we could see that it was a little bit longer to get to. So I don't think it's 30 seconds here, but I don't think she lost any time compared to the others on the A control. So here again, we can see a couple.
Looks like.
Yeah, a couple of pictures from just control 3 to 4. This is one of the options you can have as a forking. It's the middle one, and as you mentioned before, you can see very far. You can also see the line feature just crossed. I mean, it's not a very obvious stream, but you can see it on the ground that it kind of shifts. You can also see here that the yellow bits maybe a bit better visible in this part of the map compared to what we had yesterday in the middle distance in this slope, where we sometimes had kind of the case that it was very hard to see the open parts because vegetation on the ground didn't shift at all. So we have 2 GPS devices back, Czechia and Sweden.
Yeah, so they're on their way up to control 6. That's where we get our next time check, our next camera position.
We can also see that Croatia is up there as well. Oh, well, you can't see it, but I can see it on my GPS screen here. Austria, I think. Switzerland's second team was quite far up there as well. Denmark. All within, I would say, 20 seconds. Poland now shows up there as well.
Yeah, that's Alexandra Hornick on the first leg for Poland. Denmark, of course, is Hedvig Valving Gideson, who we've seen running first leg in a lot of sprint relays very strongly, of course. And so she will be keeping in part of that group. I can imagine that running in that, she's so good in the knockout. I can imagine running in the pack is going to really kind of suit her as a relay runner. And here's everybody, a big group together. We've got Finland here in the lead. This looks like Ida Haapala. We've got Sweden. We've got Czechia. A really big group close together here as they all come through and punch this 6th control. A massive group there. We've got Poland, as you mentioned, a couple of the Finnish teams. There's a little gap now towards the next runners. This is Norway, and I think this is Victoria Hesa Bjornstad here. Yes, a little bit further down, we've got Switzerland as well.
Don't think it was Austria. The first Swiss team, though. No, it was the second one.
Yeah, it was Sophie Bachmann there for Switzerland too. Dora Delic, who I think is 16. Her and her twin Sarah are definitely big names to watch out for in the future if they continue like this. Cécile Calandry from France came through in 9th place. Paula Gross there, still about 30 seconds down for Switzerland, 1 in 12th position.
But we had already small gaps here between the runners. You said it just after, say, 5th, 6th position. Sweden second team, then down to Norway. It was about 10-15 seconds.
No issues to the next control at all. And then we've got the forking.
Yeah, the 7th control, a common control again. So we had the camera at control 6. This is the replay. We can see no one really struggled in this forking at control 4. Didn't really expect that either. So here, rather easy position of the control of the 6th control. But I mean, now we're talking about the controls themselves. They're quite easy, but you have to be careful. I mean, we see it here. If you a 10-15 seconds gap already seems to be quite a big margin. It looks quite much when we see the pictures from the TV control, and of course, if you have to close them physically only, and you don't really have the chance to do it technically. It's quite a hard task anyway. You have to spend a lot of energy, so you have to be careful in order to not drop too far behind.
And so behind Denisa Kralova here, this is quite interesting now. We've got 2 groups have split up here, and Kralova is alongside Poland, Sweden 1, Sweden 2, Finland 2 and Switzerland 2, and they've kind of gone on the left-hand side of this slope. As you can see, the kind of the hill going up towards the right. They're sticking a little bit lower, maybe wanting to pick up some of the terraces here, whereas the other group are kind of right, as you can see, they're right on the top of the spur, a bit closer to the straight line. Obviously, they've all got different controls here. They've basically got 2 of the controls before number 10, but they've got a different combination of those 4 controls that you can see there in all the different colours. So it's going to be, yeah, quite interesting to see as they split up here. Sweden 1 certainly has dropped very low, is sticking to the kind of almost these little terraces on the hill. They're hoping to pick up a ride as well, dropping much lower than the rest of them. But the likes of Denmark, Finland, Norway going much closer to the straight line, as you can see there.
It's a bit of a difference as well how you approach the control when it comes to the attack points. If you stay a bit lower in the slope, you have to take this small grid, this terrace there, just before you get over the track as the attack point. And if you have the terrace, you can have this green bit, and then you can get to the control. If you stay a bit higher, you want to see of course, the semi-open just before you get to the track, or if you come a bit below, then probably one of the green bits just after the track in order to get to the control. But if you have the red one as your control, you have to take a couple of meters more after the track, so it might be a bit harder to keep height, but I would say it's about the same here for both of the controls when it comes to difficulty.
Yeah, we've got to watch
teams
out
stay
here.
a bit low here.
Getting make mistakes. Yeah, I think Sweden, Poland, Czechia really very low in kind of amongst these rocks here, as you can see. They've got to do quite a lot of climbing now.
I think they are on the track, and maybe the GPS is just not 100% accurate, and they take this kind of rocky area as the attack point, but then they have to climb back 15 meters from there. The advantage is that they will pass this feature there just at the track, which obviously is, or it seems to be very obvious, so you get a very good attack point, but you have to climb 15 meters.
Yeah, this route choice. I'm just thinking about where the decisive points of this course are. Where, it's quite fast. We haven't really seen many mistakes so far. Will the kind of route choice here prove to be decisive? Again, will we see some mistakes going on here? With again, a lot of the teams just very, very low in the slope. They're going to have to do quite a lot of climbing to get up there. I'm looking for Denmark 1, really, really low here. So too
Finland struggling.
Is Finland, yeah. Czech 1 looks like she's got the control. Norway looking control as well. But yeah, Denmark 1, I think this is a big mistake here to number 8. She's far too low. So too is Finland 1. That's Ida Haapala. And that's going to be very tricky.
What's quite interesting is that most of the runners, even if they split up after control 7, they end up, almost everyone ends up with the same control then when they come to the forking. So even the runners having I, they first come to the H control. or I mean the control, the red control just below the I character. Big mistakes there for Denmark and Finland.
Yeah, no, I think, well, Denmark, she's realised that she's too low now. Finland maybe just now, and obviously suddenly you're completely alone in the forest. I think that, that's a big indication that something has gone wrong. You've just got to try and figure out what it is, and when everything on the slope looks kind of the same, that is going to be really difficult.
And of course, it's not a very nice situation. You realize that this is probably the first control that actually has a bit of a challenge technically, and you miss it, and you just in your head you see the others get away in the group, everyone, and be aware of, even if you do, well, it's probably a 1.5 minute mistake, it will be very, very hard to close that gap again.
And we've got that kind of group there that you can see on the screens there. It all seems to be going pretty well for them, apart from for Denmark and Finland. But there's a chasing group that are kind of in the slope in amongst the rocks. Again, a lot of them have gone really low down. We've got Germany, Austria too in there. A few of the second and third teams in that group that are also heading quite low. But who are we trying to catch up with here? This looks like one of the Finnish teams. And as we mentioned, Finland too, we were quite impressed with their lineup. So now I guess it's all about Finland too, seeing if they can do the job after the mistake from Ida Haapala.
And if you look on the picture there below, you can kind of feel what's the problem at this control. If you don't, it's about the same as yesterday. If you don't have a plan, it's very hard to just spot any features by accident. You really have to actively look for the features in the slope in order to get the attack points.
So yeah, Norway and Czechia there with Spain right in the mix as well. That's really impressive to see. Paolo Gross is back in there as well for Switzerland. Sweden 1 still in the mix as well. There's Finland 2, as we were mentioning. Spain 1 looks to be good, but came really low into this control. Maybe dropped a few positions here at control number 10. With Frida Wikström also through there, and Asuna Kuketa for Lithuania in the mix as well. So that's kind of a group of 14 just before the arena passage here. And this is the leader. We saw Victoria Hestad Bjornstad come through there. She's just kind of stopping here to make sure she's kind of on this track. She's got to get the right part to drop them down into it. But these two had a very small lead over the rest of the field. This is Denisa Kralova on the first leg for Czechia. And this is how we can follow them. This is the mistakes then. This is what we saw earlier. Just too low here for Denmark and for Finland. And then they drop as well. They know they're off and they think they're too high.
Yeah, it's the same struggle as yesterday. The problem about relocating. You can see Denmark a bit quicker. She got to the green area. From there, it was probably a bit easier to relocate. But if you stayed a bit further to the east, where we had Finland, there are just rocky features, maybe the tracks there not so visible. Interesting, the next control after TV control, the one we are heading towards here, it's a bit more difficult. You can see it because the visibility drops. Of course, you get a couple of tracks, but the control itself in the middle of a green. And we are behind, it's very good to see here. So this, I think they have to climb a couple of meters.
Yeah, they're in the slope. It should be kind of above the crag, I think. So yeah, you can see that's the crag that they found. They kind of busted their way through the track. It looks like Alexandra Hornig was one of the first ones to get there, just coming through the green in a different way. But yeah, that's exactly why that control is so hard. You can really see it on the picture there. You're fighting your way through the green. You kind of know that the control is kind of in the middle of the green on the other side of it as well. And there's just a few seconds you can win and lose there.
And I mean, it is on the first leg, it might not be a big problem because everyone is together. You see the others, it's a common control, but it can become a problem then on leg 2 and 3 when we start to have a bit more smaller groups or even a couple of runners that are alone. So this is going to be much more difficult now for Finland, who are all alone out there compared to this big group in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're dropping down now towards the arena. We do have an arena passage there, and then we'll have another climb up out of the arena. 235 meters of climb on this course, and a route choice as well, and a forking as well out of here on these last, on the next control number 14, the first one out of the arena passage. And that one I think is going to be quite a tricky control as well. But here they come. Alexandra Hornick from Poland in the lead, and Czechia still in the mix. We've got Norway, we've got Spain, we've got a second Norwegian team, we've got Sweden as well. There's Paula Gross from Switzerland in the kind of white vest there too, and a big group. There were kind of 14 together at the previous TV control. Calandri is through there as well, second team for Switzerland. And as you can see, all the teams coming through at that point. About 13 there with Frida Wikström just off the end, and then we go kind of a group of more than 10 runners there now fighting this section. They've got a small arena run through, following the tapes through to the next control, and they can plan their routes to the 14th control. There's a bit of route choice here. Do you go straighter and further up and over the hill? Do you go a bit towards the left, towards the west, and try not to take as much climb? I mean, and if they've learnt anything, here's Hedvig Valbjørn Goodison after her mistake. Does she need to punch that control? Yes, she does. She didn't punch that control.
Actually, I was focusing on the GPS here, so I didn't really see it.
Yeah, she didn't punch that control. She ran the other side of the car, but I've just gone back to check the map, and that's a control you need to punch. Let's watch. Or maybe she ran a weird... Oh, I don't know. I was half watching. I was also half looking at the GPS tracking. There's Austria, though. I mean, it's come up. Okay, it's come up on the timing system here, so she must have punched it.
Yeah, she turned back again, so she missed it and turned back again. Thanks for the information, Erling.
Through. That's so 1:39 down. Ida Haapala in 16th position for Finland. And Finland, I mean, one of the nations with the most consistent results over the last few days. So disappointing to see for her. Ida Haapala was an 8th and a 12th already in this competition.
As you mentioned before, the next control, forking, again, I think it's quite an interesting control, but because either way, even if there are two options and you have to go over this with a hill over the ridge, but you don't really go over the top, so you have to run. Here we can see it. You have to stay a bit left because it's a dark green to the right, so you have to cross this left to the dark green, I would say, because you don't want to drop within this very, very thick green there. And then you have to go and run into the control a bit. You have to drop and run, a bit parallel to the slope, but you have to drop anyway, which makes it it makes it more difficult to get to the control. So I think this one is a tricky one, and you have it forked. So they have to be very ready here and careful.
So behind the Norwegian second team here, and they go into the green. You can see just how visible it is when you look ahead as well. And you can see that the green is coming up. France actually has turned left down one of the tracks here to go further left. Everybody else going really very straight here, taking the climb, and you can see suddenly then it gets much more white again. It really shows how you can use these sections of green when we kind of are following the athletes for longer here in the terrain. But Denisa Kralova in the lead here. Climbing here. You've got to have some good hill legs, and Kralova just being at the front of this group. The others kind of letting her. We have the two Norwegians there in second and third position, and we've got some rocks that you can use on the top of this hill now. And exactly like it was yesterday, you've really got to have a good attack point, I think, to know exactly where you are at the top of this hill before you descend down as well.
The difference is a bit. If you have the first of the two controls, so the one a bit more to the right, you also have a line feature just behind it. So this small track, I guess you can see this one. It looks like a bit older, like an animal track or something. Usually you can see them, but of course you have to then expect it as well. If you don't expect it, you won't see it. But the difficulty here is that, I mean, if you look at the red line, or in this case here, the red or blue line, especially if you have the blue line, you're forced to go a bit more to the left, so you can't run on the blue line. And then you have to turn to the right again, and you have to be aware of the fact that you actually are too much to the left of the control. Usually that's not a problem, but if you start to be a bit tired, can cause problems. But it looks good here for Sweden and Switzerland.
Yeah, it does. They look in control here, and they make that right-hand turn as you suggested. But you mentioned them getting tired. I mean, they've just run up this hill. This is when you're going to be feeling tricky, and I think a lot of people in training, they know when they've just run up a hill, they've just done a big kind of intense bit of physical work, then the navigation can be, of course, a lot trickier there. And actually Switzerland has to be careful, because I think Switzerland has the J control there, and Czechia with Kralova looks like she's executed this one really well, much better than some of the others here, if we assume that she's got it now.
But fortunate for Paula Cruz, I mean, if she comes a bit too far to this control, she has this small track and it will lead her to her control as well. So might have been a tactical approach as well.
So this is the 15th control here on the crag coming around the bottom here, and it is Czechia in the lead. Then we've got Sweden, then we've got Norway here, and you can see, I think that's Victoria Hesam-Bjørsad just looking down the slope a little bit. Freya Kjerna, fantastic job from the junior, junior world champion. And, you know, a bit of a question mark, of course, for her on, you know, the Swedish team. A couple of young runners in that team, but she is really dealt with the pressure fantastically there in her kind of first senior relay. So there we have Paula Gross now another 30 seconds back. She kind of had caught up back with the group again, and now this control here has just split the runners a little bit more. There's Frida Wikström in 13th position there for Sweden too, and that's that main group through. We've got Denmark still to come. We can catch up with them then hitting this track, and they've got to descend a little bit more down to the next control, which is on a boulder in amongst a whole load of rocks, and you can see where it's going to get steeper as well. Kind of try and catch up through the runners with Finland on the left there.
A couple of teams here, they start to be about half a minute behind. Half a minute, I mean, that's still okay. If you look at the Swiss team, for example, if you can send out then Simone Abersold half a minute behind, that's still a very good position. But you have to be careful, especially just before the changeover, because the changeover is going to be kind of a decisive part. Quite often it's either that the next runner is able to close the gap very quickly, or then there's a risk that it opens even more, because if the runners in front can start with a bit more confidence and the runner behind isn't really matched to the speed of the others, then there's a risk that the gap will open up there.
And here you can see everybody kind of going on the same line. It kind of almost looks like I kind of forgot that this was a forking, because I thought they all had the same control, but it is a forking, and it's kind of playing out exactly as the course setters wanted to. They thought everybody would take this kind of route around the slope here in order to get even the M control. You would go via N and vice versa as well. So they kind of said the forking looks really very different, but in terms of the route choices they're expecting them to go, they imagined it really would be the same.
I mean, it's a good choice to almost pass M, even if you have the red control. That's totally okay. You can save a couple of meters of climbing, but they get too low now, aren't they? We have a couple of runners. They don't have
really
to punch that control. Yeah, but they don't need that control. So they had the M, so they are heading towards 18. But still, they're quite low. They could stay a bit higher, but it's not going to be a mistake. Only the ones with the M control have to go up there. And this is the difficulty. If you have the M control, not the N control, you don't follow the others then when they start to drop there.
Yeah, Czechia, for example, has dropped a lot here and is now going a little bit of a longer route out towards there. But she, you know, now she's in the meadow, she can run in. It's going to be very close to some of the other teams. So at the end then of leg number 1, coming into the arena here, this is the last control on the car. Then the incoming runners will get ready for the changeover. And yeah, in the monks, if we're thinking about the favourites, it's going quite to form so far. We've got Norway and Czechia both done a fantastic job, and it's Norway here who's going to take the lead. Victoria Heistad Bjornstad. She's got a fantastic team of Maria Laursen and then double fourth in this champs, Pia Young-Vik next to go. Next to come through here, this is Sweden and Freya Hjörner. Fantastic, brilliant job for the junior here. This is Czechia and Kralova still in the mix. Kalondri here too. Sophie Backman for Sweden too. I think that might be one of the Croatians possibly in here, but Norway won. Fantastic job there for Victoria Heistad Bjornstad, and the rest of the team, Maria Laursen with a silver medal in the long distance, is going to be a very, very strong runner here. Here's the next athlete to come through, Freya Hjörner from Sweden. She's handing over to Clara Borg, who was 11th yesterday. Kalondri is coming next for France, but she's not got as stronger runners on the next few legs. Anna Isabel Toledo from Spain coming in here as well. We've got Finland's second team. There's Marie Katani ready to go. Second team for Norway. Second team for Sweden as well going out there. There is the Swiss first team with Lily Grubber just heading out as well. And a big, big group there of, I think there was about 13 runners altogether. Denmark just catching a bit up after a mistake from her. So Hedvig Fabian Gideson handing over to Annika Simonsen next. And yeah, very exciting there at the changeover with, I think there was about 13 teams still in the mix with all of those runners. But it was a 13-second lead for Norway and another long run out to the start kite for these second leg runners here. You can see the tapes that they've got to follow and actually crossing over the run in here. Interestingly designed arena. Here's our next group of athletes coming through.
You mentioned it, Victoria Heistad Bjornstad did a great job here on the first leg. I mean, if you look at the lineup and the results from this week, Maria Olausen with second place in the long distance and Pia Young-Vik with his 2 times fourth position. No, she was on the podium, was she? Yeah, anyway, two great results. It really was about how good she can perform on the first leg. We know that she's very experienced running this first leg, and she did exactly what she had to do. Very good as well, as mentioned by Freya Hjörner, as a junior in the first time in a relay like this. But those 13 seconds between Norway and Sweden, they can be kind of... it's going to be very interesting to follow it, because it's exactly the situation described before. Maria Olausen is a runner that can kind of open that gap a little bit more compared to Sweden, because Sweden, there's another 7 seconds down to France, and France maybe not the biggest favorite from here on. So there is a risk that Sweden is dropping behind to France, and they are together then 20 seconds behind, and then we start talking a real gap.
Well, you can get excited about that, but I've just opened up the GPS tracking for the second leg, and Sweden's right back behind Norway. I mean, it's such a long run out. But let's hear from Victoria Heistad Bjornstad after that fantastic first leg from her.
Victoria Heistad Bjornstad, you went into the exchange, the first runner. What was your experience of the first leg here?
I think it was really fun. It was a challenging course, maybe as expected. Quite similar to the middle distance maybe. So I felt like if you tried to learn from yesterday, you were able to put your new experience into this race. And I guess since it was so challenging, we were quite gathered up in a pack, which I believe is very much fun. Then you have to be very careful with your controls and forkings. So it was a really fun first leg.
So what was the strategy? What did you learn from yesterday that you could use today?
Well, yesterday I hesitated maybe 20 meters in front of 2 controls and lost a lot of time. So today I just decided that when I leave a control, I will have a solid plan and follow it. And therefore I should just continue until I'm in the control and not just stop and hesitate in front of it. And it worked out really well.
And now Marie Olausen is running, later on Pia Jungvik for Norway. Your thoughts on your chances today?
Well, I think we're a strong team. My teammates did really well this week, so we're excited to see what this can lead to. But there are so many strong teams like Czechia. I believe they can do really well today, and also Sweden and Finland. So we will just have to do our races and see what that can lead to.
Sounds like a good plan. Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you.
Yeah, so learning the lessons from the middle distance, and it's certainly paid off for Victoria Histad-Bjørnstad.
I think that learning the lesson that the plan she described, it works as long as it works. If it doesn't work and you continue a couple of meters, then you're just too far. But usually it's a good, it's something you learn as well, or you often say that when you start to hesitate, go another 10 meters and see if you really need to hesitate, because often you stop a little bit too early. And we know that the A option here is a little bit slower, so there is a risk now that Sweden is going to be a bit behind Norway again when they approach control 3. Switzerland and Czechia they decide to stay quite a bit to the east and then go back to the control. I think that's a choice they made because there's the path. Of course, they know where they are.
Although I think they will lose a bit of time from doing that at the C controls, Switzerland and Czechia.
It's a bit hard to say. I mean, they cross this power line when they get out from C. So if it would be very good runnability on this yellow open thing, I think they would just continue and drop in there. My feeling is that they experience it to be too bad and that it's better to attack the control from behind. So I actually think that's a choice they make out from what they see when they leave control, the first control.
Well, this forking certainly rearranging the order a little bit here, but I mean, what is so clear to see is a really good start from Norway and Marie Olausen, who took a second place in the long distance, and now look at that, that's a significant gap then here ahead of the rest of the field. And then even though, actually, those 13 seconds still do make a difference, because even though kind of Sweden caught up, they then had the different forking. And so it's still a big advantage to Norway here. Great to see Hungary doing so well up there. Janka Mikes also is a junior here and really doing a good job in amongst a couple of the second teams, Switzerland, Finland and Sweden too, on the way to control number 3. This is control number 3. It's the first common control on this leg.
It's not going to be very, very easy for Marie Olausen to maintain this lead. She's all on her own, and the others are in a big group chasing. We have seen the terrain before in some parts, maybe not on the first half, but in the second half, a couple of green controls. You can see it there. We already have runners catching up again. So it's hard. You are quicker in a group because you just see. It's easier to see the control when you're a couple of more eyes looking for it.
Yeah, and you could see, she kind of doesn't go straight into the control, but she really stopped there. That looks like she was taking a compass bearing out to the next control. So already through here, we had Finland too with Marika Taney right up there. We've had Annik Meister, Switzerland's second team. Clara Borg was there. For Sweden's first team, Janka Mikes from Hungary. Teresa Ritorie is about 30 seconds down for Czechia at the moment, of course, but had the further control. or had the sea control. It's like Lithuania, Denmark, Austria, I think here.
This control here, the perfect example for what I explained before. Olausen was alone. This small mistake, you mentioned it, it was a small turn she did just before the control, and that's something which is very unlikely if you're in a group with like 5 or 6 other runners. Then you help each other out, well, not intentionally, but you see the others and you correct direction, and it's easier to get to the control in a straight line.
Yep, Evelina Yanaho running alone here, as you can see, taking a different route into control, maybe avoiding some of the green. This is a replay then of the start of the second leg. So at this point, Norway with a big lead, and watch that kind of condense as she goes in towards control 3. You see she kind of hesitates just before the edge of the circle, then goes into the control, and yeah, that's kind of a bit about what we were talking about. And then as it was on the first leg, we kind of lose the GPS trackers at control number 4, and we should pick them back up at control number 5, but it's number 6 when we get the next kind of fixed camera point and the next time check. So we'll just keep in suspense until then. The only GPS tracker that does seem to be working is Croatia's, and that's Sara Delic. That's Dora's twin.
It's a feeling like I would say like 20 years ago when you followed that Tiomila or the big relays, when you basically saw the runners run into the forest and then you have no information at all until they showed up at the next radio control or TV control. So back, it's kind of a time machine, this GPS. Then. I don't think there were any bigger broadcasts, so there was probably no one commentating on them.
Anyway, look, you can see some of the athletes then crossing over this power line here before the track. That means they've punched control number 3, and they can, pass right by that power line. It gives them a lot of good features to go on, and then we'll see them crossing the track as well. There they go, crossing the track. Norway's in amongst that group as well, and then keep on climbing up to the 6th control here. It was great to hear that Victoria Hestad Bjornstad said she experienced it to be a tricky course. I mean, it's so hard kind of seeing the map on its own. We kind of think, oh, does it look quite easy? But it was good that she found it to be tricky.
I mean, she was interviewed after having executed the second part of the course. I think if you had stopped her and asked her at control 7, she would have said it was quite an easy course. It's always the last couple of minutes that stick to your head.
So this is control 6. This is Maria Olausen here for Norway, still in the lead here. And let's see what kind of a gap she manages to get on the rest of the field. Nobody here through yet. Here we go. This is Sweden and Clara Borg, still in 2nd place.
And interesting now to follow how big is the gap then to Switzerland, because this is going to be an interesting change to the 3rd leg when they send out Simona Abersold.
Yeah, we saw Simona Abersold go out. I can't remember how far behind the leaders behind Norway she was at the World Championships, and obviously she managed to catch up and take the win.
Half a minute.
It was indeed. Here's Teresa Roturier for Czechia into 4th position. Finland 2 still there with Marika Taney. And I don't think that is that Switzerland 2, I think. Here's Norway 2.
I think we have both the Swiss teams there. It's the splits don't really work here. They don't come in order either. You can see Meister is, there's some mix-up. I am quite sure that Lily Graber was there as well.
either way, Norway and Sweden getting a gap on the rest of the field. That's the key part of this second leg so far. They've really got a much higher speed compared to the rest of the field.
And I'm not surprised that Marie Olausen gets away, but quite surprised anyway that Clara Bori is able to keep up with the speed of Marie Olausen, and there's actually not a big gap between the two of them.
And then again, as we follow the leader, Marie Olausen, we have another kind of slightly different route choice here to this next control. So this is where we did see a few mistakes on the first leg. We saw Denmark and Finland being casualties of that one. And again, I think we'll see some different route choices here. You can see very clearly that Maria Olausen is on the right-hand side of the slope here, the northern side of the slope. And she'll maybe try and get to the kind of towards the top of this spur here as well, to then get her attack point into the control itself. Maybe try and pick up some of the knolls with the big crags on the side of them around the kind of path there as well. Czechia dropping quite low out of that control.
I wonder if she's going out to the track, but that would be a surprise to me. But I think she's doing it, actually.
The planners had it as a suggestion for, for the different route choices, I think, but I didn't think anybody would actually take it.
I think their suggestions are made by the automatic function of OCADs, so I'm not sure if they manually put it in there. I'm a bit surprised because if you look at the pictures below, the runnability, even if the green areas, as you can see, is quite good. So in my opinion, it's not very necessary. Usually you say it's a bit easier to climb on paths, but ground is quite solid here. Either it's not... I don't think it's necessary, but I mean, it's the Czech team. They are experiencing this kind of terrain, so they can't prove me wrong here.
Though, it's a safety thing. Like, first and second leg, you just want to stay in the pack. You don't want to make too many mistakes. And I think it's quite easy to identify this control as one of the trickier controls on the course. And if Teresa Roturier just wants to play it safe, you've got a much better attack point coming from the north, I think. She's on the blue controls. But yeah, I feel like she could lose time, but maybe be in less danger of making a mistake here. We're behind Clara Borg then from Sweden. And some of the other teams, Switzerland 1, Hungary, have taken to the terrace as well, like much further south. You can kind of run along this little earth wall here and use that as a good line feature on the way in.
You can see that also Sweden here, they're heading towards this terrace, and they approach the control from there, which I think is a good idea to do. So you run on the terrace and you try to spot this small green just before you get on the track, and then attack the control from there. It's hard to compare the pictures you can see there with the GPS, because usually GPS is a little bit behind.
Yeah, but it's good to see Clara Borg's view, and she can see that Norway are ahead. They've got different first controls. Oh no, they haven't got the same first control here.
No, they have the I and the H. And yeah, that's the same first one. That's you're right. Just about to say, it feels like they're a bit too low if they have the red control, but they both have this blue one.
Yeah, as you can see, they're absolutely spot on to that control, no issues whatsoever. Now they have a different control here, so they've come to the same control, and now they'll have a different one. So these two runners know they've got to climb up to the next control. Make sure they get a good direction here, read the slope really well, good visibility, of course. And now obviously we see Czechia, Teresa Roturier in the pink line. Will she have lost time on this one? I think so.
I mean, she was in the pack at the control, at the last TV control. Was leading this group. Now I think she dropped a couple of seconds behind. Not too far, but it could be about 10-15 seconds. Interesting then as well to follow Norway and Sweden, as you mentioned before, different controls. You have Norway with the earlier one, which I think is a bit the easier option.
So this is Switzerland here. And even just out of this 8th control, you know, we saw Norway and Sweden together. Oh yeah, indeed. Lily Grabber here, got to climb up and come back. So was she, which control was she getting? G? So the red one. So yeah, she's far too low here.
Yeah, this is the boulder below the control. She's not too far away from it, I think. But she's in danger now. She has to be careful to not only follow the others. She's very close to the controller. She stopped there, but now I think she's running away from it.
That was really good distance judgment for me there, to know that she'd gone far enough, but to figure out that she was just a little bit too low here. And you can see suddenly all the
she's following the others now.
Up here.
Right? She hasn't punched that control.
I think she might have done. I'm just waiting for the GPS to catch
I think
up.
You're right.
We've got two Swiss teams in there as well. Right. I think it was fine.
Yeah.
But certainly she drops back, and actually Czechia is still in that group, to be honest, with all of the others. So might have lost a bit of time there, but not loads.
Did we have a mistake here by Norway? It was Sweden punching it, right? Yeah. Where is Norway doing a mistake here at control 10? She is on the other side of that green area. You can see it here, over a bit too high. And now she has to use the compass in order to see. That's a difficulty when you have this turning terrain, the contour. You need to look at the compass now to see that you're on the wrong side of the hill. She just continues to follow around the hill. Here she is. I would say about a minute mistake.
Yeah, she followed around. She just didn't quite have the picture of how low she needed to be. She kind of needed to be on the edge of the rocks, beyond the green as well, and was just kind of found herself in the middle of the rocks. Everybody else bashes through the green here to get to this control. And obviously Norway dropping down in the order here with, I guess... Again, Teresa Roturier leading that group of athletes has just come through there. Finland 2 still in the mix, Hungary as well. Lithuania, this is a fantastic run from the Lithuanian team so far. Definitely kind of exceeding our expectations.
Still waiting here for the first Swiss team. We had Annick Meister punching for the second team, but I think... didn't have Lily Grabber there yet.
No, she should be the next one through.
But I think she's doing the same mistake as Marie Lausen, being on the wrong side of the green area, and now it's time really is disappearing for Simona Apersold. Then.
So this is Judita Trabeta, and we have, I think, Czechia just ahead of her. There's Teresa Roturier. They've finally got some descent on this one here, going in towards control number 11. And let's have a little replay here. This is what happened to Switzerland 1 and France as well. But watch out for Switzerland 1. So she kind of stops here and you know she needs to climb.
As you mentioned, good feeling for distance, but still, she was quite far too low, and then she did exactly the same mistake here at control 10 as Marie Lausen, and now it's more than 2 minutes. You can see it here. Also, she was on the wrong side of the green area, then not going as far as Olausen, but she was stopping for a little bit longer. So the big time loss there for Switzerland in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. That's a lot now.
So we're dropping still down towards the arena now with Czechia and Lithuania here. And actually, Sweden didn't have a good route. Clara Boye didn't have a great route to 11. She kind of was too far left. And I think that's allowed everybody to group back up together again.
Yeah, Norway with a small mistake there as well. But still, now we have a big group there. Doesn't make it easier then for Switzerland and the first team. Talking a lot about Switzerland now because they probably have the strongest runner then on the last leg.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Simone Abbasol won the middle distance by 2 minutes. So we've really got to see what the gap is between the leaders and Switzerland, because we'd absolutely expect her to come through the field on the last leg. So we've had Sweden already through here 25 seconds ago, and we've got Lithuania in second place, Norway and Czechia in the mix, with issues for one of our other big favourites for Switzerland further back in the field. This is Finland 2, Marika Taini in 5th place, 44 seconds down, and great to hear so many cheers in this arena for the athletes running through this arena passage. So Sweden out in the lead, but making a few mistakes on the course there. That's allowed that group of 3 chasers to come through now. There's Janka Nikaj for Hungary. We also have Meister there for Switzerland 2. We want to look out for where Switzerland 1 is though, and it'll be another minute before we see them through at the arena. So the leaders going through, and they'll really be able to get a sense of where they are in the pack. They'll try and hear some cheers. They'll try and hear the commentary as to where they are. And, another big climb out here. I did think Clara Boye maybe was kind of struggling a bit on that slope. You could see just how much of a gap Norway was able to get. And I was thinking, has she kind of gone out too hard on this race? But it's only like a 33-minute course. And so we'll see what she's able to do on this last loop climbing up here. But I do wonder if it's possible that she will be caught here. We will wait and see.
I know that Switzerland was 2 minutes 22 behind at the last TV control. Here we have Simone Abbasol, the waiting. Time now at the arena passage, 2:10. So it good. Well, she didn't do a mistake here at 11. A bit close. She's doing a mistake. Didn't see the control there, or running into the wrong direction after it.
Well, as we found out from the World Champs, you've got to be careful at an arena passage. You've got to make sure you're reading your map still, and there's no map flip on this one. All the controls on the same side. So the course setters decided they didn't want to make it any more difficult. And we can follow behind the leader. This is Sweden and Finland 1. Evelina Ojanaho, so about 2 minutes down. There is Isa Envall here for Sweden 2. And France as well, with Florence Hannay into 12th position. Just kind of those teams coming off the back of this group. Here we are with these kind of 3 chasers behind Sweden, Norway, Czechia and Lithuania. Those are the athletes you can see in the picture. They're in position 2 to 4 here. And all of these group of athletes actually going a lot further left compared to what we saw on the first leg.
Yeah, she tries to. I mean, it would be an option to go a bit to stick up there in the white and go between the green areas. I think that's what we saw on the first leg. Sweden now tries to both avoid the green and also to avoid a bit of climbing here. I think that's an okay option, especially if you have the J control. I would say if you have the K one, it is a bit better to stay closer to the line. But it takes a bit more energy, and of course, if you see the other runners, it might be quite convenient to stick with them.
Yeah, Sweden going really low here, a long way round to the left here, and she has to be careful, I think, now to not lose too much time. She's really trying to avoid the climb.
I think that's the decision she makes. She doesn't want to make the climb. She will get to the open area there, so I don't think she's going to do a mistake. And I mean, the control is quite low. She still can drop about 20 meters from here. I mean, we can compare now Norway and Sweden. Directly, the question is how good is the runnability in this captain or semi-open area. Now using the path for a couple of meters.
Yeah, they kind of suggested when the green stripes were a little bit further apart, as they are just south of control 15, the runnability was actually fairly decent.
Czechia has to be careful. They are... I know it's not... Looks okay still, but they have to... I mean, they're not allowed to drop a lot from where they are. Only 5 meters, so now they are on height. They are not allowed to drop together with Lithuania to the next control. Seems like Switzerland, first team, the first one going a bit more straight, cutting the hill, going over it there. Norway punched at J, Sweden soon about to do so, Lithuania as well, and Czechia will drop a bit behind because it's the only team having that K option.
Yeah, for me, obviously Sweden now with that route choice dropping back from the lead into second place. So we have the two leaders coming through here. There is Czechia in fourth place then, after a different control before this one. Just looking up to see the control itself. And now she's got to try and get back in touch with the leading three. As you can see now, dropping 20 seconds down as a result of the different forking there, and also the route choice to that forking. A good route further back from Finland, Hungary, Switzerland too, all chasing. Marika Taney running for Switzerland too. Maya Cianea will be on the last leg for them as the 10th and 16th place already in this World Cup round.
Switzerland struggling now on top of the hill, getting her way through the green. Not really sure what she's doing. She's definitely doing a mistake here, Lily Graber. She's on the top of the hill and running to the east.
Think she is?
She must think that she is too much to the west and trying to get back to the line. Now she's taking right down into the green. Maybe the green is not as thick as she expected it. So she wanted to get closer to the dark green in order to have an attack point. Now she's running straight through the dark green, but she's going to drop. She was together with Denmark. She's going to be about, almost a minute behind at the control, probably.
So we're following behind Norway here, who has the red M control here. So she's not had to go via A. You can see Sweden's already got that one. And dropping down here. So, I mean, it's been a really exciting leg because we had Norway in the lead after leg one with Victoria Heistad Bjørnstad, and now we have Norway again in the lead here. But that really hides what's been a really exciting story on this second leg, with Norway making a big mistake to number 10, losing about a minute, but then Sweden losing time on that route choice, Switzerland making mistakes, maybe Czechia losing a little bit on a route choice to control number 8 as well. And we now get build up the excitement ready for this third leg as well.
And the big story here still is Lithuania in third, doing a great job here on the second leg as well. It's gonna. I mean, I confess I haven't even printed out the
start list with Lithuania on my start list because we would not have put them in amongst the leading teams.
it's going to be a shaky one for the last leg runner there in the Lithuanian team for Emilia Tamuseviciute.
So Maria Olausson managing to keep it together. Not a perfect race, but she is still in the lead at the end of the leg with a decent gap now back to the rest of the field. Definitely the forkings, I think, playing into account in it in the end as well. And she's had a fantastic finish. She will hand over to Pia Young-Vik. 2 fourth places in this terrain, and she's shown some fantastic promise. She's got the speed as well. I think it'll suit her, this kind of course where we know you can get up some really big speed here. And now we have Sweden and Lithuania here in 2nd and 3rd place. So Sweden won with Clara Borg, going to hand over to Sanna Fast, and 16th place and then a 5th place in yesterday's middle distance for Sanna Fast. I think that will really suit her today as well. And then what an amazing job to see Lithuania here into this position with Judita Trabeta ready to head out into the terrain. Emilia Tamoskov. No, I'm not going to go in that one. On ready to pick up the pace here. She waits there for her teammate to come through. So Norway going through, Sweden in 2nd place, Lithuania 51 seconds down in 3rd position. And here comes Czechia, still in the top 4. She hands over to the fantastic Czech runner, Lucy Dietrikova, who I think could still bring Czechia into a medal position there as well. So very exciting at the exchange with Dietrikova heading out there. Here's Sanna Fast. And I always think Sanna Fast, needs a few races to get back into either sprint or forest orienteering, but she's had a couple of races under her belt there, and all eyes on this woman in the middle of the picture here, the winner of the middle distance. But this is what has happened to her runner.
Mm-hmm. You can see that she comes to the top of the hill and then she turns to the right. I think she thinks that she is further to the west and tries to get to the attack point at the green. Then she's doing a mistake as well at K. I think the time loss here at this control about 2 minutes for Lily Graver. So she will be about almost 5 minutes behind at the changeover if she doesn't do any more mistakes.
Both of us before the broadcast, before we even talked to each other, picked out Finland too as to be in amongst the favourites, and they've done a fantastic job here all round in general, and they've come into here about 2 minutes down in 5th position, Finland 2. So a clear 4 with a gap then back to Finland 2 as Maija Sienoja heads out into the terrain. Quite a long run out here. Next into the finish, this looks like Hungary. It absolutely is, with Janka Mnikes coming in, maintaining pretty much that 6th spot all the way around. I mean, so much drama, mistakes from Switzerland won mostly, but mistakes in amongst the leaders as well, with Norway and Sweden here. And Hungary is the next one to come in to the changeover with Rita Mara-Morosi to head out. Here comes Denmark as well. We've got Austria, Switzerland 2, Sweden 2 at the last control, now taking the changeover. So 3 minutes down for Hungary.
This is actually the group Switzerland was in before the mistake of Lily Graver, here together with Denmark. So it will be around 5 minutes.
So Annika Simonsen handing over to Eva Enhagen Jørgensen, who's performed the best of the Danes in general this weekend. There is Switzerland 2. Grunehuni there, Finland 1, 3.5 minutes down, Sweden 2 in that mix as well. So too is Croatia after the 2 Delic twins, the 16-year-olds there, mixing it in with the best orienteers in the world. We see Venla Harju heading out there with the dark hair, and she is in that 11th position, as you can see. And our leaders already then out into the terrain for the beginning of this 3rd leg. And this is where most of the teams will have put their best runner on this last leg. It's a little bit longer in the end, no forking in the end of the loop. But that's here from Maria Olausson. It wasn't a perfect run, but she's in the lead.
Here with the leading Norwegian team, 2nd leg runner, Maria Olausson. Marie, tell us about your race. You had a great start, then there's the mistake to control 10, and then again a great final loop for you. What was your own experience?
Yes, that was probably my experience too. We knew in the start would probably be a bit more flat and difficult, so I just took my time and I catch the first control good. So then I was maybe like in the rocky part, I didn't quite get the details as I wanted, and I did a mistake, but I tried to just refocus and do a good last loop.
Yeah, it went so well for you on the last loop. What were your thoughts there? Did you know you were like chasing Sweden?
Yeah, I saw Sweden before me in the arena passage, and I knew that I saved some energy because over 300 meters of climb is quite much, so I knew the last loop would be tough, so I had good legs on the last loops too.
Now Switzerland seemed to have lost maybe too much time to be part of the third leg here, so it seems like it's Pia Ljungvik, Norway against Sanna Fast, Sweden right now on the third leg. What are your thoughts on that?
Pia is really strong, and she's also really stable technical, so I believe in her.
We'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, she's going to back her runner, but yeah, that seems to be a battle between Norway and Sweden at the moment. But there is a mistake. We just have a little look, replaying back of mistakes for some of the teams in the middle part of this second leg. But there definitely is a mistake for Sweden to the second control.
I'm still waiting for that interview with a runner saying in the interview that I don't have any good thoughts about my last leg runner. This is not gonna go good for our team.
I know. I mean, what else are you going to say to that type of a question? Those are standings then. A 45-second lead for Norway with Sweden, Lithuania, Czechia. All of them very, very close together. And then another big gap back to Finland too. Both Spanish teams had a disqualification mispunch, so too for Denmark. So we can catch up with them. This is what's happened so far. Keep your eye on Sweden, which is the green one they've got C here. Look at how they take the route to the second control. This is Sanna Fast.
You can see that she is actually exiting the control in a good way, then trying to find a good way through the green. I think it's very hard for us to judge how green it really is, if you get stuck there or anything.
But yeah, back live with the GPS tracking now in Norway, and Pia Ljungvik is heading towards this control. We'll see her approach it in the next few seconds or so, with Czechia and Sweden following. Already Lithuania dropping behind, as we might expect. So we'll see how it works. The gap was about 44 seconds between Norway and the rest at the exchange.
I think I can hear her.
For me, it's going to be, it's going to be a big battle between Norway, Sweden and Czechia for the medal positions here. But we've seen mistakes out on these courses so far, so anything could happen. We can, as usual, we can hear people.
We heard her for quite a long time, though. Maybe she's doing a mistake here. She should be here, shouldn't she? I think she's doing a mistake.
Absolutely.
Yeah. A bit kind of the same thing as Marie Olausen did on the leg before, but I think she stayed in the green. This is a bigger mistake. We're going to have Czechia first. Maybe.
And now they're all back together. Yeah, absolutely. Czechia, then Sweden, and then Norway, all back together by control 3. So losing about 45 seconds at least, possibly a whole minute then with that mistake there. Not being very distinct into the circle, and we could hear her stumbling around in the green. This is what happens. Look,
you can see that Czechia has a clear approach here. She is trying to find this bit darker green and then follow the stream into, or the marshy bit into the control. Very distinct orientation, and the others kind of gambling into the green, thinking that they're going to see the control if they just have direction. Did cost Norway a couple of seconds and did cost them the lead.
but Norway was just stopped a little bit too short. Exactly as you said, not going to the stream or to the marsh to be able to see it. So, yeah, I mean, there was a significant lead of 45 seconds, and now I think it becomes exciting once more again when we have Norway, Czechia and Sweden all together, and these three last leg runners are all really, really well matched. For me, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting as well, because we're going to lose them now for 1 or 2 control in the GPS-free area. So we can focus a bit on the runners behind. We're waiting for Lithuania and Finland's second team. You can see that Lithuania is playing it really safe. I think she is very, very careful executing it. If she just can keep to a decent race here, it will be a great result for Lithuania. But she is losing time.
Yeah, she's already dropped behind Finland, who started out well over a minute, or just over a minute behind Lithuania here.
Here she is. But I mean, this is still okay. She shouldn't risk too much if she doesn't feel safe or she doesn't exactly know where to go. You can see that she often uses the path a couple of meters in order to kind of get some safety and then attacking again. She did that to Control 2 already, which is a good thing, but of course it costs you every time. It costs you 5 to 10 seconds. But she is compared here to the absolute best runners in the field, as you mentioned before, so it's a bit, I mean, she didn't run the A finals, and now she's compared to the absolute best top runners in this A finals, so it's, yeah, we're not going to be too hard on her.
Yeah, Denmark here into this 6th position here, Eva Ernhagen Jørgensen. And Ben Lahayu next through, as you can see, alongside Rita Maramosi. So Hungary catching up a little bit of time compared to the leaders, possibly just a smidge. And of course, we're looking out for, it'll still be a couple of minutes before we see Simona Abersol, but she started out 5 minutes down.
She did a small mistake here. Yeah, towards the B control, which is surprising. I mean, you have this small tower, and then she followed the wrong stream upwards.
Yeah, I think that's she's exactly overpacing it. It's a parallel error with the stream.
Yeah, but I mean, you have this tower feature. This shouldn't happen. It's really a sign that she tries everything. She probably overpacing a little bit, and technique is not in first place right now. Still, we can't see any other GPS device popping up again after Control 5. Usually they show up again after crossing this path. Halfway to Control 6.
Yeah, we've got Norway back in the picture on their way to Control 6, so we've got a camera there, so we will check on them.
Abersol doing there? Now we lose the GPS.
She's just heading into the green. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I think she follows the vegetation boundary.
Anyway, here is Pia Young-Vik, and this is a big hill climb up towards control number 6. Remember, they were all back together at control number 3. Then they've had the forking at control 4 that split them back up. And Norway, Norway just keeps getting back into the lead
gap
here.
Again.
This is a decent gap, yeah.
Where is Czechia? Where is Sweden? I think we can hear someone. This is Czechia. We see Dietrichova. Where is Sanna Fast? Can't really see if there was a mistake, of course, because we don't have the GPS working for the runners. There must have been a mistake by Sanna Fast. Loses. I mean, we compare her now to Pia Young-Vik. Dietrichova lost half a minute as well. It's almost a minute for Sanna Fast. Here we have Simona Abersol.
And she is about the same time gap compared to where we started. So yes, you saw that we saw her make a mistake at control 2, but she's still about the same basically.
Yeah, but I mean, they had a mistake here in the lead as well. Norway. Interesting. Maybe you can see something
still not
here.
Sweden.
No. So Sweden must have followed to a wrong control, something like that. Can't see her in the graphics yet.
Yeah,
no
once
punch.
we regain connection to the GPS control, we'll then have, eventually
the data is
it'll
uploaded.
upload all the data. Yeah, exactly. So we'll be able to see what actually has happened. I think there's a mistake for Switzerland.
It's still no punch at the radio control either, or the TV control. We have been there for almost 2 minutes now.
Okay, Liz is back in
actually for Finland too. Yeah, this is Finland. So still no Sweden.
Wow. Okay, so I mean they were together, so there's at least a 2-minute mistake for Sweden, which is still not here, and we can't see a GPS tracker, so we have no idea what has gone on here with Sanna Fast. Hope she's okay, but we're behind the leader now again, Norway, who, as you can see, she's kind of gone up to the top of the hill and now on the left-hand side of the slope. She's heading her way to control number 7. You can see Lucy Dietrichova on a different approach to this one. She stayed on the right-hand side of the slope. Here we have the 6th control again, and it's still not Sweden.
It's Denmark.
It is still not Sweden. It's Denmark indeed. And Denmark, we thought they were mispunched. They actually have not. They did the backup SI card, and they are still, in fact, in the race here. So Eva Earnhardt into
Lithuania.
Mm-hmm.
Still going quite good. It would be important for her to maybe see the back of. There is Sanna Fast coming from the wrong direction. That's maybe not the back Lithuania was hoping for. Gonna be tough to follow.
So trying to think.
Yeah, she was at the wrong forking. Yeah, she was at the wrong forking at control 4. Yeah, and then had to go up again to the right one. I think she was going to the northern one, and then had to correct towards her control, the southern one. Big mistake there for Sanna Fast for Sweden. Almost caught by the second team. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but now she's just overpacing it. Yeah. Now she's kind of the same situation as it was for Simona Abesold when we saw her doing a mistake. Abesold should be at the TV control very soon as well. Here we have Pia Young-Beek hesitating. She is too low. She has to be careful now.
And Dietrichova has done. She's kind of bailed out to the Teresa Roturier route, bailed out to the path where she knows where she is. Again, really interesting that both of the Czech women have done that on this control. She's got the I control. So in fact, both Norway and Czechia are going to the same control. The first one, the easterly one here.
I think that actually the GPS is not 100% accurate. For Norway, I think she was running on the track, then going up, but still, it was a delicate situation because she was too low for the control. Now I think she has control over the situation again, and is going to punch this 8 control in just a couple of seconds. And it's a significant gap now to Czechia.
Yeah, it is. So much so that I think Czechia needs to be worried about Finland too coming on very quickly here. Norway, no problems for that H control. She's now got to go to the other blue one before getting control number 10, where we've got another camera there. We've seen people make mistakes though to control number 10, and at control number 6 that was the gap. You can see a huge mistake, 3.5 minute mistake from Sweden on both 3-minute mistake from Sweden, both on the wrong forking and then overshooting control number 6. Switzerland 1 is gradually catching up time, but not enough. And I think it's too big a gap here for Switzerland 1 to be able to make a gap. The others will have to make some big mistakes. Here's Lucy Dietrichova on her way around the slope here in second place. And she's got to get the H control. I'm not sure if I think she's probably already got that one and she's heading up towards the next one.
Yeah, you've seen her punching the control. So now we are waiting for Finland, second team, Denmark, and then Sweden. It starts really to spread out, no big packs anymore. Most of the top teams here, they are alone. And that, of course, opens up a little bit, as we talked about earlier, for them to do mistakes here.
And it's always good. You see that Dietrichova kind of passing another control on the way to hers. It's kind of always quite reassuring to that. I think she just ran underneath the I control, the red control there. But the gap is more than a minute between the leaders. And as you can see, then Denmark 1, Finland 2, and Sweden all kind of grouping up again. This is a fight for the bronze medal position here.
And I think, if we look a bit behind Simona Abesold, I agree with you. Without any mistakes, I don't think she can get to the top. But if this group, now we can see that Denmark, Finland, they actually drop down. They did a mistake there, I think. So if they aren't careful, there's a chance for Abesold to actually catch them.
I think there's a small mistake here. Yeah, there definitely was here. Too. She kind of hit the edge, as you can see there, turned left and then realised she just had to go further right around to the controls. So that is a little bit of a time loss there.
Talking about time loss, mistake there, a big mistake for the second Finnish team. It was a small mistake by Denmark as well, but Finland, I think they totally lost control over the situation now, heading backwards. Probably thinking that she's close to the control, that she already crossed that track.
Yeah, she's going completely the wrong way. So you go, Dietrichova back within a minute of the lead of Norway with that mistake from Pia Youngvik at that control that we've just seen. Here's Sanna Fast, who's lost 3 minutes on mistakes already, but she's now back into a bronze medal position after we saw mistakes from Finland too. Still haven't got where they are. And Denmark and Sweden 1 are kind of in the mix here for the bronze medal at the moment, with Sweden just a bit ahead of Denmark here. So Sanna Fast has managed to pull herself back into the into a bronze medal position, but with some big mistakes out there. I wonder if she'll know exactly where she is. She'll be fighting hard, and as you said, Jonas, before, she's got to be careful not to kind of over push here. But we're behind Norway as she's coming towards control number 11. This is a tricky one, remember, that we saw before, where the control itself is just kind of beyond, just through some green. But as you can see, she's hit this ride here and has dropped now down into the forest. So she shouldn't have too many difficulties here.
But she's hesitating a little bit. Very careful, entering the green. That's exactly where we had the first leg runners entering that control circle as well. You can see there that Sweden now heading towards the green control, so they have to take another one. So does Denmark.
And this is a mistake from Norway here. Yes, she's beyond the control. She ran a few meters along that path, along the track, along the ride. She should have just cut straight in, and now she's gone too far. So it was another really small mistake from Norway. But they're adding up, these mistakes. So a little miss at 10 and a little miss at 11. It's allowed Czechia to catch back up now if she gets this one okay.
I think she punched the control now. Time loss about 15 seconds, probably. Czechia hasn't punched yet, so doing a bit of the same thing, staying on the track there. Here behind Simona Abersold.
There's Sanna Fast here at this. This is the 10th control, so back into third place, still 3 minutes down. Ooh, and Czechia is going to make a similar mistake to Norway here at the 11th control. Here's Denmark in fourth place.
One. She's actually doing a bigger mistake than Pia Youngvik did. Quite a big. She is off direction. I think she's gonna lose much more time than Pia Youngvik. She's now at the border of the circle, so about 30 meters away from the control, and she's in the wrong green area.
Yeah, she clearly didn't know where she was when she crossed the ride, and now going back up towards the ride, I think, to try and regain control of the situation. Here she is, though, coming back through the green. I think she has now... Does she now got that control?
This is... No, not yet. She's just below the crack, I think.
Yeah, she
has to go up into the green.
Yeah, so she's figured that out. Got to go up behind here. This is a big mistake here. She was getting closer to this, and you can see that it's well more... You see the tail there is a minute, so it's well more than a minute mistake. There we go. Now she's got that control, but yeah, that was a big time loss. Here's Abersold.
Did a mistake here as well. To control 10, she was running around something similar as we've seen from Rio Lausen.
And here's Maya Sianoya after her big miss to control number 8. She's managed to regain control, but she's lost a lot of places because she was in kind of contention for a medal position. Let's have a look then. Look at these routes. Denmark and Sweden going very different ways here to control number 11. Here's Denmark.
I think actually Denmark is playing a bit more safe. It's a bit more of a risk to go like Sweden. But they probably come together. Here we have Sanna Fast and Lucy Dietrichova at the arena passage right now.
Yeah, and the gap's grown then to 2 minutes between the first and second place teams, Norway and Czechia, with another minute back to the next chaser. Here we can see her here. This is Sanna Fast, still in bronze medal position. She's lucky to be in bronze medal position. She's done a good job after her 3-minute mistake at control number 4. And there's so many mistakes, Jonas, here on this last leg. It is really quite exciting watching the runners here and seeing everything change on this last leg. It's good spectating, but quite interesting orienteering as well.
Yeah, and you can see that actually if they keep on doing mistakes there in position 2 and 3, it could be a possibility for Simona Abersold to get closer to the top 3 positions here on the last loop. Here we have Sanna Fast. You can see the gap now. 2 minutes and 53, so a minute behind Dietrichova, just a couple of seconds ahead of Eva Lagen Jørgensen.
Yeah, there she is in 4th position. So the gap between Sweden and Denmark opening up a little bit. Here's Abersold crashing down the slope. She's got 11, no problems at all. And she's not, well, she catching up? I think she is catching up time, definitely. I mean, obviously we've seen mistakes for Norway at 10 and 11, so she is catching up time, but it's, I mean, you start comparing her to, I guess, Sweden and Sanna Fast, rather than for the win. Can she get back into a medal? I think we'll still need to see another mistake from any of the top 3 for her to do that. But Norway, so you can see the leaders there, Norway in blue, looking pretty good here. And as you can see, a different control here for these third leg runners, a different last loop here that makes the course a little bit longer. But actually, I think it's a little bit easier though here.
I was just about to say that. I think control 14, a bit less complicated. I mean, maybe harder to get in the first try, but it's almost, I mean, in order to do a big mistake here, you have the line feature, you have a track just behind the control, so if you don't get it in the first attempt, you get another chance quite directly, so I don't think they're going to miss a lot there or lose a lot of time.
So Sweden 2 and Finland through here at the arena passage into 6th and 7th position at the moment. So both Swedish teams already come through here.
No problem for Norway at control 14. 15 then is going to be TV control.
So as you can see, Norway heading back out to the track there. No problems at 14 whatsoever. And of course, this crag at 15 on the edge of the semi-open area shouldn't be an issue either. I guess Pia Youngvik's got to decide, does she want to take that descent in the woods? Does she want to take it in the open with the green stripes, where there'll be a bit of undergrowth around as well? But certainly for Czechia as well, looks like no issues at the moment going up this hill.
Yeah, and then also control 16 for Norway is not going to be very, very difficult. If you want to play it safe, you can exit this control on height, hit the track, and then you kind of get the line into the control as well. So I think you can play it rather safe from here and not risk too much. And I think she's going to take this one home now, Pia Youngvik.
Yeah, I would be really surprised to see a mistake in these last few controls. She's done the trickiest bit for me. And now she's done all the climbing as well. It's pretty much only descending now back into this course. But of course, we've got to still keep an eye on Czechia and on Sweden as well, as Sweden kind of seems to have dropped Denmark here.
Denmark, she cut through this fence there in the green area, and I think she's losing quite a lot of time doing this. Czechia looks good in direction towards control 14. Sweden looks good so far as well. But the very decisive part to this 14th control, then the last couple of meters. Here we are following Simona Absold in the uphill. She's not far behind Denmark now.
No, she's not at all, and the forest opens back up again. I don't know whether she's going to be able to see Eva and Hagen Jorgensen ahead. Probably not quite. She keeps climbing, no problems for Czechia. And here is the second place team then, still Czechia here, but mistakes, and really the miss at control number 11 has kind of cost Czechia that chance to be fighting for the win here. There she is at control number 15, and she's still ahead of Sweden. I think losing a little bit of time though.
Norway punched at 16 now, no problems at all for Pia Youngvik. You can see it here. The way to 17, keep height here. Don't climb or drop from where she is at the moment. Then you get to the control. You have the yellow part just above. Even here, I don't think it should be a problem. She will go up there into the semi-open area and then get to the crack before the control. Follow towards the control from there. This is Anna Fast.
Yes, Anna Fast coming here and looking at the gap between Czechia and Sweden here. It's about 50 seconds between second and third here.
She is not allowed to do any mistakes, Anna Fast. There's Denmark chasing. Switzerland is chasing as well.
Yep, we're watching for the next runner to come through.
Denmark still ahead of Switzerland. It's a bit of a strange exit for Simona Absold from control 14. try to avoid the stony parts. I don't know if that was necessary. She could have followed the track and then avoid the stony bit closer to the red line, but here she is.
Yeah, and she's just looking around. She knows she's in the right place, but she hasn't seen the control. There she has. And she has seen it now. It's probably just behind a tree or something like that. She knew she was very close. But losing a few seconds there.
On the way to the last control now. Here we have her.
Yeah, Pia Young-Veer can join her teammates Victoria Hestad Bjornstad and Maria Larsson. Okay, yes, they were in the lead after every leg, but it has not been a smooth ride for Norway today. But they have just about done enough. I mean, they have done enough here with minimising the mistakes, always putting themselves into contention and fighting back for this fantastic team here to take the win here at the World Cup. And a great team performance all around, where others have made big mistakes. They've kept those time misses small enough. And in the end, it's a pretty decisive victory here for Norway, with it will be well over a minute clear of second place. As we're going to see Czechia coming through, should be coming through into silver medal position. This is Sweden 2 and Finland 2 together now in 6th and 7th positions. And very, very soon we'll see Czechia into the arena.
So I have Sweden approaching control 17. Looks good for Sanna Fast. If she gets this control without any problems, I think she's safe for the bronze medal spot. Here we are behind Denmark. And Denmark, this is going to be a fight between Denmark and Switzerland because they are together. But this is the silver medal team approaching the last control. Lucy Dietrichova for Czechia.
Yeah, she looks behind her and she knows she's got a clear run in here to be joined by her teammates as well, and all of the Czech fans, of course, cheering her on here. It's Czech's best result in a relay since European champs 4 years ago, where they also took silver. A fantastic team result there and a fantastic team performance here. On paper, they look like they were going to be ones who could challenge that. And there's Teresa Ratoria doing some filming there, joined by Denisa Kralova as well across the line. And yeah, again, not always plain sailing for them. You know, some mistakes definitely at like control 11 for her there, but it's been enough for the second place in the end. And Sweden won again with some tricky times out in the forest there today. Sanna Fast has done a fantastic job to get her team back into contention after making mistakes at control number 4. Sanna Fast will bring Sweden home into third place with a very different team than we're used to seeing in Sweden. With Freya Hjörne and Clara Borg, Sanna Fast brings the Swedes home into third place. And I think the fight for fourth isn't quite over yet.
You can see that Sanna Fast is not satisfied with her performance. She did mistake in the very beginning. She could have been in the fight for the victory today. And here, this is the fight, or is it really a fight at the moment? Probably not. For fourth position, Simona Abersold. Without any mistakes, I think she could have been up there fighting at least for a bronze spot. She did an okay performance, of course. You can see that she is almost 2 minutes closer than when she started. But yeah, it was too much of a disadvantage, this last mistake by Lily Graber on the second leg that cost her 2 minutes. Without this mistake, they would have been close here even to the silver position.
Yeah, I think you put it exactly right there. Just too many mistakes on that second leg for Team Switzerland and Denmark. I mean, I think that's a fantastic performance from Team Denmark.
It is.
Going over what we would, I think, expect for a team of Hedvig Fabian Gideson, Annika Simonsen and Eva Unhagen Jürgensen doing a great job on that fifth leg. Here behind Sweden's second team here Tuva Østengård is on the third leg here, and she should be very close to Maja Sienoja from Finland too.
Exactly. Is there a fight between the two second teams? Yeah, we lost her on the GPS, but they were almost together at control 17. Now it looks like it's only Sweden here. Yeah, it seems like even she is looking around for Finland.
Yeah, because they were completely together 2 controls ago. And now this is clear. There we can see her in the background. Yeah, I think we can see her there. So this is the first of the second team. It's always a pretty good one to see there. And again, she's looking behind her to see whether she's in any danger of some sort of sprint finish here. And there is Maja Sienoja, Finland's second team, doing better than their first team. But again, yeah, I mean, the big mistake from Maja Sienoja on the way to control number 8. Total loss of control there. She looked like she might have been in a medal contention as well. So many teams up and down, I mean, on all of the legs, but especially on this third and final leg here. Super exciting orienteering. And Finland comes home for 7th position, over 5 minutes down on the lead. And what's your overall take on this relay today, Jonas? I mean, we kind of thought, I mean, there's a lot of the courses fairly easy, but just a few controls have kind of proved very, very difficult for the teams. And we know there's always extra dimension when we have the relay and you've got all those teams going together.
Yeah, what I think was very obvious is that as long as the runners were together in groups, we almost couldn't see any mistakes. And as soon as they were on their own, they started to do mistakes. And I think it has a lot to do with what we've seen in the middle distance yesterday, that what they describe. Let's hear from Team Norway first.
Team, congratulations, all of you. We'll start with you, Victoria. A first leg very safe from you, running together with Jackie among others. Your impressions of the first leg today?
Well, as you say, it was quite safe. I really tried to stick to the map and make sure I did the route that I had been given because there was a lot of forkings. Of course, a bit shaky, but I believe I managed to minimize the mistakes, so quite happy with it.
And a bit more drama on the second leg for you, Marie. Going fast in the beginning, there's some mistakes at the rocky part in the middle, and then catching up with Sweden again and passing them on the final loop. How was your experience?
Yeah, you just have to try to refocus and forget your mistakes and try to focus on the continuing control. So I'm happy.
Understandable. And then even more drama, maybe, Pia, on your third leg. Being caught up by both Sweden and Czech here at control 3, and how did you experience that situation and going forwards on the course?
Oh, it was really stressful. I felt shaky all the way, and I was not a fan of the green areas today. It was, I went into them and searched for every control, and just knowing that the others were straight behind me. So it was nerve-wracking.
Understandable. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
There we go, the winning team from Norway there, getting their thoughts on a tricky and a shaky race there from Pia Ljungvik.
Yeah, maybe just to finish what I started before. So I think it's something that they just explained here. When you are in a group, those green areas, I think they're quite easy to solve. There's so many runners that will help you to take that last 15 to 20 meters to the control. But if you are alone, as we heard Victoria Hester Björn said earlier in an interview, that when you start to hesitate and you don't take this extra 10 meters, it's very, very easy to do mistakes here in this green area. So that's why I think we didn't see any or very little action on the first leg, and then started to see more and more action in the second and third leg. It will be interesting to see if it's going to be the same in the men's race or if they manage to keep together for a longer time, because if they do, I don't think we will see that many mistakes.
Yeah, and the men's teams, again, fairly evenly matched. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens with them. But yeah, I mean, Norway, on paper, they looked good. They minimize their mistakes. They clearly kind of approached this very tactically as well in terms of how they wanted to kind of execute each leg of the relay, kind of keeping it knowing that there would be lots of mistakes out there and knowing that they wanted to play it safe, and they've certainly managed to do that and refocus again as well when they had made a mistake. It's so easy to let one mistake turn into 2 to 3 to 4, but they've managed to pull it all together today. We can have our flower ceremony then for the top teams here. And we knew this would be a very interesting relay, a very tricky relay. As soon as we kind of saw the team lineups, the teams that have been decided, really kind of different styles of runners on them. Some very young runners and kind of some more stable runners as well, and some that have really had an up and down World Cup so far already. So we knew it was going to be quite tricky, and with some of the more experienced runners not running in this competition or in different teams, it was going to be very, very interesting. But Sweden has done a fantastic job with two very young runners, Clara Boy there in the middle, Freychen on the right hand side, and Sanna Fast on last leg. In fact, the best runs came from the first 2 leg runners, the young 2 there as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I mean, you said it. We had especially Switzerland and Sweden with teams that we haven't seen in this setup before, and Team Sweden managed to do very, very good today, especially in the second leg, Clara Boy. I thought it would be a bit more shaky from her side because second leg a bit trickier than the first leg to keep in touch, but she did a great job there, and well-deserved third position for Sweden.
Yeah, and a well-deserved home silver medal for the Czech team there with Denisa Králova, Teresa Retourier and Lucie Dietrichova on the left-hand side of the picture there, receiving her flowers again. They just kind of kept close enough with it, didn't make too many mistakes there, and with their performances over the rest of the competition, we thought they would be in with a chance. And Norway, though, another medal for Norway on this World Cup, and I mean all 3 names there very experienced now in their orienteering, always counting them in amongst the top runners. And Victoria Hista Bjornstad, Maria Laursen and Pia Young-Vik could bring it home for Norway. And the end with a gap of nearly 2 minutes. Commanding performance, a shaky race, and probably a race where the athletes didn't really know what was going on. They're having their own experience of kind of making mistakes, not really knowing that the others were doing so too. It was probably quite a stressful experience, I think, out there in the forest, not knowing what your competitors were doing. Of course, in orienteering, you can only control your own performance. You've just got to trust that that's going to be better than your competitors. But there we go. Congratulations to Norway, to Czechia and to Sweden on the top 3 there. And very soon, in fact, in about 8 minutes time, we're going to have the start of the men's relay, where we will hopefully see some more fast and exciting racing here. Hope to see some more drama, more mistakes, really testing these orienteers. All these spectators hopefully will move up towards the run out of the courses very soon, as we can switch our focus to the men's relay, as we'll have our teams of 3. They've obviously been in quarantine now. They've not seen what's been happening to the women's races. They don't know what drama unfolded here in this arena and in these hilly rocky green forests as well. But of course, for our men, they will be going a little bit further than the women today, 5.4 and 5.6 kilometres, a bit more climb as well, nearing the 300-metre mark. And we expect an overall time of 90 minutes. It was much longer for the women, I think, because we saw so many mistakes. They were over 100 minutes in total. So we will see whether the men are able to keep clean races and get more close to that 90-minute winning time. Of course, a lot of the selections for the men's teams will have been made after the 2 individual performances. And they'll be heading out on this map. Jonas, do you want to talk us through the challenge they've got today?
Yeah, it's a very similar challenge to what we have seen in the women's race. There's this same forking on the first and second leg, then TV control at 3 here, in additional loop then 4, 5, 6 and also 7. This is a loop which we haven't seen in the women's race, but from here on it's the same again, same concept with this forking in the slope. A little bit of problems for a couple of runners, then especially control 12 and 13 were tricky, and 16, this forking down there, caused a bit of problems. We can also see there in red this special loop on the last leg then. But yeah, well, it's basically the same course as we have seen in the women's race, with a couple of extra controls just after control 3. So very similar when it comes to how to execute them. Here we can see one of these additional parts. We have seen the exit from control 3 before, when we had the preview in the women's race. Again, runnability here, very good. And even if it's not very wet here, you can see the line features if you look on the ground. Also the yellow parts, like this one here. And yellow parts with a bit of green then here to the right, which you can kind of guess. A bit more of a vegetation changing when you approach this control, and not so easy to see the line feature here, at least from the camera picture. You can see that there was a bit of water in the terrain actually. 6 to 7. You can either go to the right up to the path, but you have seen how good the runnability is, so probably going straight is a good option here. I mean, the control itself is very easy because it's just behind the fence, and you have this power line before as well. So I don't think you can miss this control. It's just, do you decide to use the path or go straight? My guess is in the beginning that they will go straight. This is 9-10. Again, we have seen that a couple of runners, I mean, mostly the Czech runners, they went out to the right using the path, and then depending a little bit on which forking you have, you can stay on the spur, or you can use these terraces in order to run in the slope and get closer to control 10 and do some of the climbing just on the last couple of meters. This is then after the arena passage, 15 to 16. Different options here as well. You can use this small track there in the slope in order to get around the top of the hill. Or we have seen a couple of runners, especially on the first leg as well, climbing all the way up to this dark green and attacking the control from above. Even here, control 16 is a fork control. There's another control as well, a bit higher up the slope.
Lots of challenging routes to come, and this is the start list as well. And for me, when we're kind of looking at the favourites, I think pretty much any of the top 6 are in with a shout of a medal.
Yeah, definitely. It's very, very tight. I mean, we had a couple of teams with very strong runners, like Team Sweden. They performed so good yesterday in the middle distance, but then you think, okay, now we have the favorites because they are the team that performed good yesterday. You just change your view to Norway and say, okay, but they have Langedal, Breivik and Fosser as well, so they are good. Then you go to Switzerland and but Abyssal was good in the long distance, Burer was good, and I mean Hoopman is Hoopman, so they can be among the favorites as well. And so you go on to Finland, France and Czechia, and in every team you think, okay, but they could be in the top 3 today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll talk more about that through the course of the relay as well. We've just seen Norway and Leland lining up. Daniel Hubman, as you mentioned, on the first leg. Super solid choice for first leg. Anton Johansson was 4th yesterday at the middle. He's actually the worst placed Swede in that team. Mika Kirmala will lead it out for Finland. Again, a super experienced, super solid name with Tippi Sirilainen and Olli Ojanaho still to come. Mathieu Perrin was 11th race yesterday. Again, lots of promise there in that team. Quentin Moulet was 4th in the long distance, and Jakub Szelupski will lead out the Czech team. Of course, Thomas Krivda was the winner from yesterday's race. He's on the last leg. There's still lots of promise in that Czech team as well on the home grounds. Maybe less so for Denmark. Their middle leg runner was in the B finals, and Hungary as well. Martin Sobot, who's starting this one out, he was also in the B finals over the last few days. So I really do expect those first 6 teams to be the ones we want to watch out for. I'm sure we'll see a few surprises like we saw Lithuania in the women's. They ended up 13th in the end, by the way, Jonas. But we're only a few seconds away from the start now of this men's relay. All the teams is kind of getting ready behind the start line, ready to unfurl their map. We'll quieten down the crowd here as we start the men's relay with a go. And it's again quite a long run out towards the start kite here. You can see Mika Kirmala there in his shorts, ready to go at the start. I think that's one of the Aussies heading to the front possibly as well, maybe on a challenge to get to the start point first. And they will head there here towards the start point itself, where they can begin the orienteering. The first 2 controls are the same as that we had in the women's course, so we expect them today stay quite together. It is a forking, but it's quite a narrow forking. It's more done by distance than by kind of spreading them out left to right. And I think Anton Johansson, you can see the tall figure of him right at the start there, lifting the pace and getting out towards the start point, with Norway still in up there as well. So we had lots of drama in the women's relay. I'm sure we'll see the same in the men's as well. And the orienteering really begins here as they get to the start point. They reach the end of the tapes and dive into the forest. And a party atmosphere at the arena now, as the spectators will wait to see these men come through the arena passage. So they go dipping down off the track here. They all kind of follow suit, and it is Sweden in the lead, and we will follow them go through all these kind of young trees very close together. You've got to just use kind of physicality to get through them.
It's the same thing here in the men's relay as we had in the women's relay. We talked about it then. It's the same direction, it's the same angle. You run away from the starting point, you hit the track. It's mostly about just when you leave this small path towards the first control. We also know from the women's race that there we had the red option, so the one option that where you had to go the longest distance on the first leg was a little bit slower compared to the other twos. At least in the women's race. It's going to be interesting to follow if it's the same thing here in the men's race. A bit spreading out here in this slope, but in the end they will all end up on the spa. I can see a couple of runners there already running on it.
Yeah, then you've got to figure out where you're going to leave the path using different attack points.
Yeah, and there you can see the first of the controls just behind the green, so you have to turn to the right here. You can see a couple of the runners, so most of the runners we follow here, they have either the blue or the red option. Here we have another small green feature. You can really use them for navigation. You can see the borders of the green areas, very good visible here. You can see them when you want to see them or when you expect them to come. They are sometimes a bit tricky to relocate when they are like this.
Yeah, and these are the group, I think, going to the green control, the C control, just going through the open there, behind Ralph Street here.
Hmm.
Yeah, that group this group we're following here are on the B option. And they should see the tower just before the control itself.
And now we can follow as well to see if it's the same thing here in the men's relay, that A is a little bit slower. You can see that we have Switzerland there. Daniel Hupman, Hungary on this one as well, and Finland. Actually, I think that, yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a difference also in the men's race, but it's not as big as it was in the women's race. I would say it's, yeah, around 10 seconds that the red one is slower compared to the other two options. And again, if I would be able to choose, if I would have this red option on the first leg and the second leg on the third leg, I would definitely take it on the first leg because it's easiest to regain position, easiest to close the gap again because there's so many runners around you, and especially in terrain like this where overtaking is quite easy because runnability is so good. You don't have to follow in the track behind, in one line behind the runners. Overtaking is easy, and so it's better to take this control on the first leg.
Okay, this is the third control then. We can hear the athletes approaching it. Will they have been making a mistake here? We saw it was quite tricky to see, although they come straight at it. There we go. No problems there. This is Anton Johansson from Sweden in the lead here. We've got Czechia. A couple of the Czech teams there. We've got Norway as well. You can see Lukas Liland there. It didn't quite come up on the graphics. And as you can see, a massive big group of athletes all coming through here. A couple of the Danish teams. That looks like Joe Lynch on the first leg for the New Zealand team. And one big long train of runners here.
They're actually doing a small mistake approaching the control, so that's a good thing for everyone who had this a bit longer red control, bringing them a bit more together again. You can see that Switzerland, Daniel Hupman was 26 seconds behind. If I remember right, I think Switzerland had the longer one on the first leg in the women's as well. There we had like 30 seconds, so it was about the same in the women's and the men's race.
Yeah, so looking at these runners come through, as we've had close to 50 teams coming through now, I mean, you can see how we've not had a gap in the runners at all here. And now we finally have a gap after 50 teams, more than 50 teams going through. Pretty impressive there. Yeah, definitely more than 50 teams because some of them did not come up in the graphics. This is a recap. Can we see them making a mistake then at control number 3, as Jonas said?
It's a bit the same as we had in the women's. Quite many of the runners go in a bit too early into the green. I really like the way Lucy Dietrichova approached this one on the last leg in the women's relay. She was a bit more patient, used the small water feature then in order to get to the control, and I think we have the same situation here on the first leg in the men's relay. Even if we head into a different area, that we lose the GPS, so we're gonna take another look on leg 3 to 4 of this preview that we had. And again, run Billy, and that's what I mentioned before. I mean, if you overtake a runner here in this terrain, it's very easy. It doesn't cost you anything. Sometimes when you have quite rough terrain, maybe high blueberries, it's good to stay just behind the runners because you often run on small tracks, animal tracks or anything, so it costs a lot of energy to just go out from the track and overtake runners. But if the terrain is like this, of course, that's not a thing. It doesn't matter at all. So now I think we have them back. In the comparison.
Yeah, we've got both back.
See if there are any
Czech
problems.
is staying on the track for quite a while. In fact, a few teams on the track, or maybe a small issue for France there.
Switzerland first going towards the E control as well, but no problem. Not really a mistake. We didn't see any mistake really on this one. Just different approaches, how they attack the control.
I remembered a fun fact about this part of the map. It translates from Czech as the Valley of Tears.
Did you write down the Czech name as well?
I did not write down the Czech name. No, they did tell us it in Czech, but I only know that it translates as the Valley of Tears. And so hopefully there won't be too many tears in this valley. We think it's fairly straightforward, actually. It's also not too wet either. So at the moment, in terms of the teams we were focusing on the women's race, it was only really Sanne Fast who might have shed a few tears in this valley.
Yeah, at least from the favorite teams. There were a couple of other teams, second and third teams, that struggled at the forkings. But we see that many teams heading up to the path, taking a chance here to kind of use this section to refocus, maybe let the orienteering bit go for a couple of seconds, focus on running.
Yeah, and it makes sense here to use the paths here. You're not going much off the line. I think Switzerland too is pretty much the only team going straight here.
Tino Pausini running straight. Well, if he doesn't do any mistake, I don't think he's going to lose. If he gets a good exit just up to the street, to the path, it's a bit greener around there. We have this striped area. But here now, when you come out in an area like this, everyone is on a path. It's a good situation for you as a runner on a first leg to look around a little bit. How far ahead are the top runners? Can I see nations like Sweden, Switzerland around me? Do I have a good position? Are we still everyone together? Usually you look around a little bit to get a feedback when you have a street, because you can see quite far ahead. See that Estonia is high up the result list at the moment. Jürgen Jonas.
I think he's done quite well on relays before. I remember I was kind of saying his name on relays, so clearly it's something that kind of suits him here, I think. I wouldn't expect his team to be kind of featuring in the top ones at the end of the relay, but yeah, he's got a bit of a gap here at control 7. We've got camera 8, remember, and that's where we'll see them next and get the time check, and we'll kind of watch out for any of our top teams, and there are teams 1 to 6 basically: Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, France and Czechia. Those are the ones you really want to be watching out for in terms of have we lost them, have they made any mistakes. As by the end of the relay, those are the ones with a kind of consistently good runners on all of their legs. So is it Estonia we're going to see through first? Here it is. Here is Jürgen Jonas in the all-white kit of Estonia, just getting the control.
Great
and there is
start.
a bit of a gap here.
Anton Johansson for Sweden.
Norway, Denmark still here, Czechia, another Norwegian team, Finland, I think. Finland and Estonia, very similar looking kits in the all whites. So we've got Pausini in there as well. And Switzerland too. Have we seen Hubman yet?
Here we have Hubman.
Here's Hubman in the white headband, very distinctive. Within 30 seconds still. Another of the Danish teams through there as well. And our graphics cannot keep up with the amount of teams that are coming through here. Kimmela's a little bit further behind as well. For Finland 1. But yeah, we're just kind of catching up with the teams here. Two British teams coming through there. I think it might be Croatia, Hungary, a couple of Hungarian teams here.
They are already on the longer leg now to control 10. So this is the climb. Let's see then if they split up as well in the men's race as they did in the women's race. It was actually the first, the first kind of leg where we saw a couple of teams dropping behind in the women's race. It seems as if all the teams stay a bit more to the right of the leg of this spur.
Yeah, would be really interesting to see, whether they were going to split up or stay together on this one. And they have really stayed together here. You can see that they're now all kind of going up towards the top of the spur, crossing over to the left-hand side of the hill. And yeah, I mean, at this point, when you've got these runners close together, why should you go any different? If it looks like it's a route that you want to go anyway, you should absolutely kind of stick in the group for me here and not take any risks of going a different way.
Then you have to be focused just on the last quarter of the leg in order to leave this small track, which they're most likely heading towards, in the right spot, especially on the right height with the right angle. Otherwise you can lose a lot of time, because once you get into the situation where you have to relocate, you've seen that so many times throughout this weekend. Once you have to relocate, it can be very, very tricky.
Yeah, and a third of the runners will go to this easterly most control, the kind of blue and the green one, and 1/3 will go to the second most easterly control. And it's kind of like a strange forking where it's almost kind of a bit deceptive as well, but it's quite creative in terms of that forking. They've basically all of them have got 2 out of those 4 controls.
And you can see that they're splitting up a little bit now. Estonia staying lower in the slope, Sweden, Norway, Czechia climbing a bit more, probably different options then to this first control of the forking system. I would expect Estonia and the Norwegian second team, which you can't see here, but Finland, Switzerland, probably have the H control. And the runners a bit further up the slope to go to I, or to the red option.
Are we behind Sweden here in this mix? They're doing really solid orienteering there. We saw a lot of the women actually dropping too low, but they're really in control of the height here. Actually, all of the teams coming into this control, unless you've got I, which maybe I think you should be a little bit higher up, but this is actually looking really impressive for all of these teams here. You've got to use the green, you've got to use some of the rocks as well to make sure you're on height.
Yeah, it's actually not the I teams that have to go up, it's the G teams. It's a bit confusing here with the letters and with the different colors.
So yeah, Norway 1 has G, so they've got to go a little bit higher up. That's not their control. Checking your codes, very important, as always on a relay.
I think he's stopping, so now he has to relocate where he is. Stop there for a couple of seconds. Does he trust the others now? Does he follow them into direction, or does he leave the group into a different direction?
Yeah, he's kind of stopped
stays a bit lower.
Going up here.
Staying a bit lower. Now he follows again the others. I think he has control over the situation now. It's a nervous situation when you get into it. Even if you're on the way to your control, but if many of the runners around you punch a control that's just about 50 meters before yours, you're on. I mean, he was not wrong. He's on the way to his control, but there's a control before. Makes you nervous.
Yeah, and I think that's why we've seen some of these forkings kind of make it a little bit tricky actually here on the race. And you just, you lose a few seconds, you drop a little bit further back in the pack. And I think it's probably quite a fun experience, for those people who really like the head-to-head racing. This is quite an enjoyable experience. There's definitely some people who really prefer first leg, think that having those other people around them kind of makes them perform better. and really enjoy that style of relay running, and there's some people who absolutely hate it, would not like to be near anybody else at all. Hoverton Soleidmo for Norway 2 then in the lead. That looks like Hubman right back into the lead as well, possibly. It was one of the Swiss. There's too many Swiss runners coming through. There's Leland as well going through there as 2, and a massive old group. We've seen some Swiss vests as well. And there we go with France at the back there. Perrin, a group of 12 at least. You might have missed a few on the graphic system. And now a little bit of a gap. But yeah, that looked really, obviously, a fast-moving group here.
I think you were right. I think it was Hoopman there, but it didn't show up in the graphics. But I think he was there in the second position.
Will Gardner, my former podcast co-host. Great to see him back in the British national team. And he's one who really loves the head-to-head racing and having people alongside, and kind of the feeling of being in that group. He really kind of enjoys that part of orienteering the most.
I think it's a bit less here in the World Cup that you have this kind of first leg specialist. It's much more common within the club relays because, I mean, everyone here, many of the runners here had great results as well in the middle distance and long distance this weekend. It's much more likely that you have runners that can kind of overperform when they get help with the technical skills in the club relay, that they probably have the physical skills, but not really the technical ones to perform on world-class level. But when they get a little bit of help with everything, they can do very great things.
Now look out for Sweden here, the green dots just in the middle of the number 3 there at control 13. You've got to be really careful here.
As well.
So Switzerland. And there's a group that have kind of come a bit more south into that control and approaching it from the east. They've all got that one much more clearly, but there's some mistakes here at control 13.
One with a mistake. It's Johansson with a mistake. Jürgen Jonas doing a mistake. One quite far off. I think the others might have spotted him. Oh. Yeah, I think he has to go up
Norway
and relocate.
In danger of making that mistake as well.
I think Hoopman is going up to relocate on the track. It's going to cost him.
Yeah, it's going to cost him a lot. We'll see the damage as they come through the car here. Simon Imark is in the lead. Paulsini to Johannesson, Henrik Johannesson from Sweden. Everybody coming through here. A couple of French vests in there. Norway one still in there. There's Denmark. Did we see Hub? No, we obviously haven't seen Hubman. He's still on his way to the previous control. So still more than 10 teams in this route here. And in terms of looking at our favourites, who have we got there? We have got Norway in that mix. We have got, we've seen Sweden making a mistake. We've got, I think, Finland. I'm not sure where Finland are. We've got France, we've got Czechia in that group as well. So wanting to keep an eye on the top teams.
Missing Sweden and Switzerland still struggling at the control. Yeah, you can see it here. They are still haven't punched the control. Just overshoot it too high, try to relocate. They think that they're at the right track and that the control should be just above there. Sweden now got the control. But Switzerland, Hoopman's still there. He can't believe it that the control isn't where he is at the moment. There's a crack and no control, no stone just above it. I think now he has figured it out. But this big mistake, you can see only Sweden is... Yeah, it was about 2 minutes.
Ralph Street and Will Gardner just punching there for Great Britain. Ralph really not quite realising what the layout of the arena passage is there. Some of the runners getting a little bit of refreshment there at the team zone as well. Okay, so we're still looking for Switzerland through. We have had Sweden through already.
Here's Switzerland, just behind the car. Here he is.
There he is, yep. just cutting off the camera before he punched there. So down outside of the top 30, a really, really significant mistake there for Daniel Hubman. At least 3 minutes on that mistake at control 13. So
it was 2 minutes. He's 2 minutes and 7 seconds behind now. He was in the lead at the previous TV control, so I think it was 2 minutes the mistake.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to recover from with so many teams ahead of him. But we're behind one of the Swedish teams. That's not even Sweden 2, this is Sweden 3, I think, with Henrik Johannesson, number 154. As there's still a massive pack here heading up the hill now, and they're going to come over the top of this hill, hit the green, and then this is really a couple of tricky controls here. So there is a forking, there's 2 options to take, and you've got to have some control of where you are when you kind of start descending on the steeper bit of the slope. There's Czechia.
We have seen it earlier in the relay that people really climbed up the hill there, as the top teams are doing now. But they struggled a bit to find the difference between the dark green and the light green. So if you plan to take this as an attack point, it's not the easiest thing. But I think most of the teams now turning a bit more to the left and then dropping from there into the slope.
Yeah, Sweden 2 came very high up this hill, and I think are going to make a mistake here. I think they've already lost going high up, and now they've got more of the green to go through as well. These are the second leg runners getting ready to go. You can see some of the kind of top teams lining up there. There's Daniel Bolachowski there, 106 for Czechia. For Finland, this is Topi Syrjalainen, just a warming up, an 8th and a 5th place for him already. Lots of consistency. Again, it's the same as in the women's. Lots of kind of consistent performances from the Finns already in this competition. And as you can see further back, then Sweden and Switzerland taking a different route choice through to this 16th control. But the leaders seem to have no problems really. Although actually, watch out Czechia, because Czechia has. Oh no, hang on. It's hard to see where the dot is versus where the name is. They're actually fine. Yeah, they're doing this one okay.
Just Switzerland that struggles a bit, I would say, not 100% off. Or then the GPS is a bit away. No, actually GPS.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's done absolutely fine here. There's Polsini, and there's the rest of the group. And they're kind of like jumping over all of these fallen trees. There's quite a few Czech vests in there. Denmark still possibly. Switzerland, but not Switzerland 1.
It's
Switzerland 3.
Pantanini.
So in terms of the top teams, Czech still there, France still up there. Is Finland in there? Did we see Finland coming through?
Not yet. Don't think so. Yeah, we had them, actually. No, we didn't. We didn't. At least not
Where's Finland
on the graphics. Yeah, they were through. Actually, we have them on the GPS. It looks as if they're in position 3. Interesting now to see how big the gap is to Sweden 1 and then to Switzerland. Can see both of them approaching. Sweden 1, Anton Johansson already changed the forking there to the next control, the label of it.
So in the slope here with Denmark, this is Linus Agavik Christiansen, the 3 siblings. And yeah, as the planners kind of expected, whether you've got N or M, you're still going to go on kind of around the slope here. But Switzerland 2 are looking really good here, taking the M control. That was Tino Polsini, who we saw in the lead at control number 17.
And actually it looks as if he would get a little bit of a gap here compared to the others. Really wants to win this leg, this first leg, of course, a lot of prestige. If you're not running for the first team, then you want to win the first leg, at least.
So we've got a couple of Czech
Sweden.
teams in here, a couple of French teams in Sweden as well.
And Sweden punched at the previous TV control 1:27 behind, so was about 10 seconds quicker from the arena passage to this control.
Okay, so we're here at the end of the first leg of 3. Here is Tino Polsini from Switzerland 2 in the lead, with Switzerland 1 having made 2-minute mistakes. That was Daniel Hubman, and a very good job here on the first leg for Tino Polsini, who has used his speed and his strength here and pulled away from the rest, which is hard to do when it's so visible. Here's Mathieu Perrin, and this is looks like a Martin Rudny from Czechia as well. That's not the first team. There is the first team, though. We've got a Finland 1 in here as well, and loads of different teams coming through now. Just calls for his runner, that is Rita Edker, handing over next. And then we've got sprinting in here. This looks like Czechia. This is Czech 2. This is Martin Rooney going to hand over to Thomas Kuchera. So Czech 2. Then we have France. Then we have Denmark. Then Czech 1. And then this is Sweden 3 here in the mix here in the top 6 teams. And then we have Norway here waiting for the changeover next. So Norway coming in about 30 seconds down into 7th position. Another of the French teams, another of the Norwegian teams as well. This is Estonia, who were leading earlier on. Then we have Finland. Again, that's Finland 2 there. This is Czechia 3 as well. The next runner coming in towards the finish. And we've got Switzerland 3 as well. So 2 of the Swiss teams in, and it's not their first team.
Same for Sweden as well. 2 teams in, but not the first one. The first team should be here in about 10 to 15 seconds. You can see Gustav Bergman there in the background. We're also waiting for Switzerland, the first team. He was about 2 minutes behind at the arena passage, Daniel Hubman. I think it's him on the screen here. Here we have Anton Johansson for the first Swedish team.
The gap is 1:30. So Sweden 1 just coming in alongside Australia there. And they'll start the running out. You can see Denmark, Sweden. It's a long 300-meter run out towards the start points. So plenty of time to lift the speed high. And still no sign of Switzerland 1 yet. They're coming in very soon.
Here with Tino Polsini of Switzerland 2 into the exchange as the first runner. Pretty dramatic first leg, I think, with many runners together. How did you experience it?
Yeah, I was having a really good start, so I think I was in first place at the number 6. But from then it was all uphill, and I really realized that everybody's still here, so basically no change whatsoever. But I really tried to focus on my controls. I had a really clean race, and I think at all the forking some people made some mistakes, and I could catch my forking really straight, and I think that was the key.
Something happened at control 13, I think, for Sweden 1 and Daniel Hubman of Switzerland 1. Did you notice they were going the wrong way, or what was it like out there?
No, it was a bit hectic anyway there, because it was, for me it was clear it should be forked, this control, and I had control to mine, so yeah, I really didn't try to focus on the others, but I felt that it was a little bit fewer runners around when we went over the spectator passage.
And even though you managed to break away towards the end and create a gap for the next runner, was that on purpose, or did they just disappear behind you?
No, that was really not on purpose. I had my 16th control really clean, and I realized that Henrik was a little bit slowing down, but I knew where I had to go, and then I just tried to concentrate to the finish. I thought I could be really good.
And now it's Reto Edker and later on Yleveren. How's your thoughts on Switzerland 2 today?
I mean, we have a strong team. We had good performances in the middle distance yesterday. Not so much in the long distance, for my part, for example. But yeah, I hope they can continue doing well, and we will see how far it will go.
We'll see. Thank you, Tino.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, the thoughts from the leading runner after the first leg, a 12-second lead, and this is how things look then at the start of the second leg.
It really showed you that there was a lot of hectic and things going on at this control 13 when you as a runner experience or think or are convinced that it is a forked control, but it actually is a common control. Just shows you how they split up before the control and not really accurate towards it. But let's switch to the second leg then at the start here. You can see the different teams splitting up a bit to the different controls.
Yeah, it looks fairly stable here for these leading teams, certainly.
There's no one with the B option so far. All the teams with the B option drop behind a bit.
France 1 had the B option. That is Luca Basset. You can't see him in the picture there, so pick him up on the drone shot as they head into the forest. Love seeing all these runners just snaking between the trees, and it gives you a sense of how fast they're running as well, how effectively they're moving through the terrain. So Finland won, that's Topi Sirjalainen, and he looks to be in the lead here. 2 top 10s in this competition, really and a great runner in the likes of Olli Janaho on the last leg as well. Of course, we've got Erik Langedahl Breivik on this leg for Norway, the world and European middle distance champion. He was 8th place in the middle distance yesterday. So decent performance there after such a focus on the sprint season. And of course, they've got Kasper Fosse on the last leg as well. And that Norwegian team, they are the world and the European champions. Both of those teams had Breivik as the second leg runner and Fosse as the last leg runner. So, they're so experienced relay runners, this team. Here is Finland, though, and Topi Sirjalainen, just the tall runner bounding through the forest here, and nobody else yet. Here's Czechia, Bolachowski into second position. France still up there. Rita Ecker for Switzerland 2, Sweden 3, the third team for Sweden, so currently their best ones. Then a bit of a gap to Czech 2, now Denmark and Norway. So Norway 30 seconds behind at the moment. Keep an eye on them, of course, with Fosse on the last leg.
Keep an eye on the first Swedish team as well. They were 1.5 minutes behind at the changeover. Gustav Bergman here on the second leg.
Oh, there was a mistake from France too, dropping behind there. Panier. Here's Gustav Bergman here, and he's already caught up. 23 seconds. An attacking start here, and as you've talked about a few times before, Jonas, moving, it is easy to overtake here, especially when we get all these runnable bits. You can easily step to the side, and you'll see the athletes fan out a little bit more rather than going in a line one after each other. Let's have a recap then of these first few controls.
Yeah, you said it. We had a mistake there, I think, by the French second team. You can see them here in the comparison. Otherwise, it looked quite okay, quite clean here for the teams. We know that Sweden, Gustav Bergman had a great start. He's about half a minute closer to the leaders as he was at the changeover. Also see Switzerland there behind. Mathieu Bührer on the second leg trying to do a similar job as Gustav Bergman. They punched there now 2.5 minutes behind. At the changeover we had
15 seconds. And I mean, Switzerland has two runners who can push in terms of Mathieu Bura and Fabian Abasol, but they've really got to be careful not to push too hard because, you know, we've seen them making mistakes, and it's what we talk about a lot with Fabian Abasol, definitely. Here he is, Mathieu Bura, I think. Ooh,
it is definitely a
Denmark won, I think.
It's a different situation if you compare it to the first leg. Now you can see that there is definitely a gap between Switzerland and the top teams. If you did a mistake on early on the first leg, or if you drop behind because you had the A control, you could see the other runners, and then of course if you had a runner who could push really hard, you could get back in the lead. Now it's much more difficult to close gaps again.
So some misses for me here at control number 4. Finland 2, Denmark 1 having some trouble. Maybe some others as well, but we'll have to catch up with their tracking as they go towards up the hill. But Sweden 3 at the moment with a good position. Eric Herner.
Yeah, and also you can see Gustav Bergman, how close he is again to, well, Switzerland 2 and Czechia at least. I would say 40 seconds maybe.
Yeah, it's hard to see. There's a lot of GPS trackers that are like getting lost in amongst the streams there, but they're going to go and emerge very soon out towards these pylons. We can see there was a finish kit.
A real strength of Gustav Bergman here, situations like this where he has to chase. He goes out about a minute, 1.5 behind. There are quite many runners in front of him, and he can chase them down. He's really, really good at this.
I mean, it's a gamble. It's a lot of uphill in quite a short course. He's got to back his physicality and make sure that he's not going to have used all the gas early on. But I mean, if you're in his position, it's what you've got to do, isn't it? You've absolutely got to try and chase and pick off as many runners as possible. So as you can see, Finland 1 looking like still with the lead there for Sirjalainen. And we'll get the next camera position at control number 8. So a big climb for these runners out of the valley, and as we've kind of seen from the first leg, using those paths, using the pylons to an advantage here. And this is the 8th control, edge of the wall and the green. It should be Finland. We're looking out for the white and blue kit and the blonde ponytail of Teppi Sirjalainen. Here he comes. Reading his map a lot into this control, probably checking his exit direction, but smooth into there. And here, who comes through next? This is France, I think. This is Luca Basset. And we've got Switzerland as well. So Switzerland 2. Rito Eka. This is Daniel Bolachowski from Czechia. And a group of 4 now here. There's the next runner. Here they come. This is Sweden 3. We'll try and look out for Gustav Bergman. Here's Norway. Still about 30 seconds behind. That's Norway 1 with Erik Langedal Breivik.
Let's see everyone going around the green area here just before the control, and then you have one runner very, very distinct to the control, Erik Langedal Breivik. That's a mistake here. France, a small mistake.
So Gustav Bergman, you kind of said it now, 44 seconds behind. So he started off being 1 minute 30 behind, now 44 seconds behind, and catching up places as well. I'm just trying to look about where what position they handed over. So they handed over in 17th position, of course now up to 8th.
Now we're waiting for Switzerland as well. We started, was it 2:45 behind?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably still gonna take about a minute until we have Mattia Bührer to this control here.
And then we have this leg here from 9 to 10, tricky one here. And actually they have split up now. So we've got Finland and France going on the left-hand side of this slope. Everybody else at the moment sitting on the right-hand side. They'll probably head closer up to the kind of the top of the spur. So 2 different approaches being taken here, and we're behind France and Finland.
So far, we also got to know that it doesn't really matter where you go, as long as you don't struggle with the control itself. The route choice itself, it's not really decisive on how quick you are. It's just how to get to the control. Do you get a good entrance? Do you get a good attack point when you get close to it? Now I think we should get Bührer. Here he is.
There he is.
I think. Yeah. So still about the same gap he had at the changeover.
As you can see, Finland won there. Very, very decisive. Heading to that terrace. Will pick up the small ride as well to get into the control. It's like a safe option for me for that one. And of course, I and H both have the easterly most control. The G runners have the red one that's a little bit higher up the slope. But yeah, clear decision from Finland and France here to take the path right next to that kind of earth wall. It's built into the slope. But looks very competent from all of the runners here. But the tricky bit, as you mentioned, is that last quarter of the leg heading into the control itself, where it can be tricky to find a decent attack point.
Always when we saw them struggle, it's when they start to be too low compared to the control that they should head towards. I mean, not if they go all the way down to the track as Finland and France. Obviously, they have to climb. But for example, Switzerland's second team that starts to drop down there, and they have to go to the blue control. They are in danger because at this position you shouldn't drop any meter. They should keep on height.
Yeah, I wonder if he kind of saw the others below and thought, yeah, I'll go there. They might be in the right place. And I think it just shows kind of not necessarily a whole load of confidence in actually where exactly he is. But now everyone's kind of zooming back in on that control. I think Norway's done a good job here on that route choice, because Norway's gone ahead here. They were about 30 seconds behind, and actually I think the decision to go straight has really, really benefited Norway here.
Yeah, but you could see already at control 8 how distinct he was to the control. He was very sharp there already. He's very eager to climb up the result list here, Erik Langedal Breivik. But from here, basically, this control 10, 11, those are the controls. Now it starts to be a bit more tricky. Second part of the course has proven to be much more difficult compared to the first part, especially control 12 and then 13. the downhill control with the stone in the green.
And it's kind of, I think possibly an intention of the planners. You've got a really tricky, a really fast first bit. You've got a lot of downhill controls, but not kind of too downhill in amongst the valley there. Then you have that big climb up the hill as well, and now they're climbing even more. So they are, they've had to have been running hard here. They are tired already. They're not quite thinking right, and then they get thrown into this tricky section as well. So Finland and Norway look to be right next to each other here at this one, but we've had some troubles at control 12. We'll get a time check here as well. We've got a camera, and look at this. Look at everybody looking around the result system here, as I quite like to see that. There we go. We've got Sivjalainen and I think Langendahl Breivik both through there. Luca Basse still good. I'm really impressed with this run from Luca Basse at the moment. So too from the Swiss second team.
Mm.
And there we go, Gustav Bowman, 25 seconds down. He is catching and catching and catching this man. This is very impressive. Another the Swedish and French teams coming through here. And don't forget, this is a tricky control we have next here as we're behind Topi Sirjalainen of Finland with Erik Langendahl Breivik from Norway just ahead of him. They've got to kind of cut through different parts of green, really keep distinct here and get to this 13th control.
I hope that the camera operator will stay with the runners. Would be very interesting to follow them all the way to the control in the downhill, and then especially the last couple of meters when they have to go and climb into this green area. Here we are.
Yeah, behind Finland. We just try and take
sometimes
different routes.
The camera operator has to be a bit careful to not give away, because of course he knows where the control is located. It's just above this crack here. They know they didn't have any problems.
Yeah, really nicely done by the two of them here at the lead. And actually everybody behind them, as you can see on the GPS tracking, they look to have no problems into this control. They've kind of done a good tactic that they, of staying to the south of the greener parts. Some of those have come to the north, trying to pick up some of the few indistinct tracks and then approach the control from the north. That hasn't seemed to have worked out as much. Still behind Denmark here. Elias Hinge Kosgaard, who's doing a really good job in the Monxis mix here, because he was running in both the B finals and the individual races. And here are the leaders then approaching, coming out of the woods here. They've got to get the control on the van. And in fact, they've been kind of caught up a little bit more here by Basse of France. And we've got Rita Ecker of Switzerland too in there again. And things are just kind of grouped up again here. With maybe Norway and Finland. Norway maybe not taking the best line through the terrain to get down to this spectator control. And so big cheers for the teams as they get some kind of coaching assistance as well on this arena passage and then head back into the terrain. So a group of athletes, 7 so far through there. So Czechia 1, just a note, but Olahovsky a little bit off the pace there as France 2 comes through as well. There is, of course, we've seen Sweden. Where's Sweden 1? Are they in that group in the lead?
Yeah,
yes,
9 seconds behind.
In that leading group. Yeah, caught up completely. It's one of the big parts of this relay leg. Simon Hector was the last one to come through. This is Sweden 3. So all 3 Swedish teams in the top 10 at the moment. And now that leading group are all climbing up the slope. What was it? 6 athletes basically in the lead, and then another 20 seconds back to Daniel Bolohovsky. And the final leg runners getting ready to go out. They're just clearing and checking their SI divers. There we have the last leg runner for Sweden 1. Has already got 2 medals there for Victor Svensk. And a fantastic last leg runner. We have Norway is also through this one here. And there was Mathieu Bure from Switzerland 1. So 2 minutes down on the leader.
Quite a good run for him. He was 2:45 behind at the changeover, so a bit quicker compared to the leaders.
So this group of kind of 6 teams that were all together through the arena are going quite direct on the line here to the next control, up and over the hill. Norway furthest kind of right furthest of all of them. But this is Topi Sirilainen who are behind, Basset as well, and Denmark too.
You can see that they are kind of running in a line, but now slowly start to split. You can see the ones with the J option, Finland, Denmark, France, going and heading towards this small path. The ones with the K option, or at least Norway, going a bit more straight up the hill. I think it's a very good option to go a bit more to the left if you have the J option, because then you really you have a bit more time to turn around the hill. If you have the K option, you have to take, or you should take 1 or 2 contours more, as Norway does. And also Sweden. Yeah, you can see that in the end, the J runners, they didn't really use the track. Now they're climbing as well. Gustav Bergman there for Sweden, a bit high up the hill, and now getting into this darker green. It was totally runnable. I've seen that many times that runner could cross it, but I'm not sure if that was intended, because usually you don't plan to go through a dark green area. I think Sweden is going to lose a bit of time here on this leg.
Yeah, I think you're right. And Norway with Erik Langedal Breivik has been really effective for me on this one. And I think that's going to catapult him into the lead here. We've got under camera at control 17, don't forget. And there he is. Norway in the lead here. They were 31 seconds down after the first leg, and Erik Langedal Breivik has pulled Norway back into the lead. Here's Finland and France. Still Luca Basset in the top 3. And don't forget, they've got Compton Millet, the 4th place for him in the long distance on the last leg. Here's Rutte Ecker and Krogsgaard from Denmark. There's Gustav Bergman, I think, there with his distinctive long hair. And he's will have lost time then on that route, but he's still in that leading group of 6 though, even if he's now a little bit further off the leaders, Norway. Thinking, where is Czechia? This is him here, Daniel Bolachowski. In that leading that next group with Sweden 2 and France 2. Krivda, of course, on the last leg. And of course, now with only a few more controls to go, we are really thinking about who's on that last leg. Norway in the lead. They've got Kasper Harlem Fosse to go out for them. We've got Finland's got Olli Ojanaho. France has got Compton Millet.
So you can see here as well that
third final leg.
Switzerland, Mathieu Bure stayed a bit lower in the slope, avoiding a bit of the climb. I wonder if he's going to lose time. He was quite exactly 2 minutes behind. Still a very good performance here by the second Swiss team. Staying very close to the leaders. Very, very soon we're gonna have Norway to the changeover. Eirik Langedal Breivik now approaching the last control. Here he is. And in just a couple of seconds he's gonna send out Kasper Fosser on the last leg.
Yeah, exactly. And he's done his job here. He's been really impressive for me on this leg, catching up, pulling away here, and he's going to hand Kasper Fosser out with a lead. It's not a huge lead though, as here comes Finland and here comes France, and 3 of our kind of expected 6 favourites are still in the mix there. There's another of them, there's Czechia, but we do have Norway in the lead here. So Norway handing over to the multi-world long-distance champion. And we have Finland. Great work from Topi Sirolainen for Olli Jänehö to go out 12 seconds later. Really great work from Luca Basse as well. Such a solid race from him. And Compton Millet goes out 17 seconds behind Norway. Here's Switzerland 2 and Ueli Veren waiting to go out next. So Switzerland 2. And we've got Sweden coming in as well. Here's Gustav Bergman from Sweden. What a leg from Gustav Bergman here. Incredibly impressive. And look at the gap then. 38 seconds alongside Denmark there. And it is Denmark to go out. But look at, so Victor Svensson has got a 38-second gap behind Kasper Fosser. It could be catchable. Here's Czechia. Maybe made some, just lost a little bit of time towards the end here. So here comes Czechia next to hand over, and this is Thomas Krivda going to head out. So the gap is more than a minute now, and 30 seconds back to the next closest team. He looks cool, calm and collected as Thomas Krivda as they exchange 120 behind. Great work from the second French team there to still be in amongst the top 10. And here comes Sweden 2 as Emil Svensk will go out also on the last leg alongside his brother Victor. So the top 10 teams through now, and remember that we've not got Switzerland featuring here at all, with the big mistakes from Daniel Hubman on that first leg. Mathieu Buhr has done a good job on the second leg, but it was too much of a time gap to mix up. So yeah, for me the big stars of this leg, obviously Breivik in the lead, but Gustav Bergman catching up all of that time was very impressive for me.
Yeah, very well. You could see it already early. You could see how distinct Norway, Eirik Langedal Breivik was when he approached this first TV control or the second TV control. You could really feel, okay, there's something going on, and he did a great job. Also, Gustav Bergman in a position he really, really likes, and he can go out chasing on a second leg, getting into a better position. But it's still quite tight there. We have many teams within 1.5 minutes. We also have seen that it's not impossible to do mistakes, especially at around control 12 and 13. So it's going to be a tight one also on the last leg. I think, though, the teams here from like Switzerland 2.5 minutes behind, it's too far. There's too many teams in between. It's quite a disadvantage to get close again, close to the top 3 at least. But I mean, on the other hand, Switzerland is still a team, the second team in the fight for a top 3. But let's hear from Eirik Langedal Breivik then.
With Eirik Langedal Breivik, Eirik into the exchange as the first. First on the course, you caught up 30 seconds, and then creating a gap after the going through the arena. Was that the plan?
Yes, of course, that's the plan. To run hard all the way. I think I was smart in the beginning, not catching up over the flat area in the start, but starting pushing from the forest, and managed to get my controls. The first tricky diffuse controls very good. I saw I catch runners, but when I started to big climb up the hill, I know some runners still was in front of me, and I saw the back of some of them, and I decided, okay, I have to push now very hard, but up to the top of the hill, and then concentrate very good down to arena as well. So I bit frustrating on the last two controls. I should have managed to go a bit cleaner and maybe 20 seconds better. It's possible, but on the other hand, really good the last loop as well. So I managed to send Kasper into the front. So that's always the plan.
And what's the key for mastering this terrain and the course today? You think what's the most important thing to do?
In the start, it's a lot of compass work and manage to navigate on the green and the yellow and try to look on details which are not right in front of you, but because you can see a lot of like 100 meters sometimes, and if you catch up some green areas, you can just go very hard. So that's the tricky in the start, and the rest was more like the days before, technically trying to hold the height and see the small cliffs and stones.
Thank you, Eirik.
Thank you.
Yeah, very accurate analysis, I think, there again from Eirik Hagedal Breivik.
It's always the same. Ask him one question, and he will tell you about the whole run yet. It's very good to hear from him. Here we are waiting already at the first TV control. Yeah, we are waiting for Norway and Finland. Here we have Kasper Fosse, first team, but Heikki is very, very close. Sorry.
Yeah, Oyano caught up a few seconds there. He just did a changeover, 12 seconds behind Norway, and that's here as well from one of the key runners from the second leg.
Gustav, you really picked up some places and some time. Can you tell us about your race today?
Yeah, it was good. It was really good. I felt quite strong already from the start. It was the first time this week that I felt this good. And it was really nice to have a little bit downhill in the beginning, and I saw a lot of teams before me, and I just could take my controls perfectly and gain a lot of time there. And then I felt quite strong. I almost caught Eirik and Topi, but then after the arena passage, I think they had a little bit shorter forking. But I think it was good for us to have had the shorter one on the first leg, since Anton lost a little bit. So it was good that he could gain some time there, and then I lost maybe 15 seconds on that. But I'm super happy with my race.
Yeah, why do you think you're so strong today?
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is how strong I should be all the time. So maybe the question is why I wasn't this strong on the long distance. And so yeah, I don't know. But I'm really happy with my race and really excited for this last leg.
We are too as well. Thank you, Gustav.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really wanted to hear of Gustav's performance there. I mean, he's one as he's getting older is trying to still be finding that physical shape all the time, and can get very frustrated when he thinks he should be feeling better in his legs and in his body. But yeah, we see Millet there is 40 seconds behind. Victor Svensk is 42 seconds, and then another gap back to Denmark and he took a very interesting route choice to this control. And we have France and Switzerland too also in the mix there. And of course, now they've gone into this section of forest where we lose their GPS trackers. So we can see, obviously, that we can replay what's happened so far.
You can see, I mean, it's still between Norway and Finland. Here they have a gap of about half a minute compared to France. Let's see, France together with Sweden right now. Switzerland second team, Czechia and Denmark then behind chasing. You could see that they were together at the TV control. We also get Switzerland now with Fabian Aversol closer to the TV control. It's not punched it yet. Now I got it 2:39 behind. So I think he lost about 10 seconds. A little bit slower compared to Fosse.
And I think Czech Krivda made a small miss at here as well, just kind of going in a little bit too early So losing a really little bit amount of time there.
Now actually we have Finland in front of Norway. So there was a mistake at the D control by Kasper Fosse. He just overshot it by a couple of meters, had to turn. And now dropped behind Finland. It's hard to say here with the GPS, but I think we could definitely see this, that there was a change in the leads at control 4.
Yeah, it does. I think you're right. It looks like he kind of overshot it and then overshot that D control, then came back, just went a little bit too far, maybe the wrong side of the stream or wrong side of the green. There was the Swedish team debriefing.
They couldn't catch any important stuff there.
I always shut up when the Swedes are talking, so just see if we can like go snoop in and so you can hear. There's a very happy looking Erik Langedal Breivik, done a very good job at this position.
They should have the microphone a bit closer to the runners when they film them like this. Be interesting to listen to what they have to say.
Yeah, we've got a group of runners approaching this third control here. From after we've seen 11 runners already through, we've got Latvia on the way and Hungary too, Poland. You can hear them. Here's Hungary, yeah, and Poland and Latvia, all about 5 minutes down, this group. And I know the leading teams will be basically making their way up the hill at the moment. We lose their GPS tracking kind of in the bottom of this valley here and amongst the denser trees, and they can't get as good a signal as Czech 2, Daniel Van Das and Benjamin Vey. For Switzerland 3.
That's probably why it's called the Valley of Tears, because we always lose the GPS connection there. It's a sad thing for us.
Yes.
Here we can see the replay, and the mistake by Kasper Fosse came to the E control, then overshot the D control. We could see actually in this section here, I think the water features were not as easy to see as at around control 3. I could see that when we had the preview, pre-filming the course. Now we have Norway back.
And there's quite a lot of them as well. You get, it's easy to make a parallel error by being on the wrong water feature.
Be interesting then to see where Finland pops up again. Switzerland with a mistake at 6 episodes. Yeah. Still haven't Finland back. I think they should be a couple of meters ahead of Norway, but maybe they are there as well. We'll see at control 8, next TV control, in about, let's say 20 to 30 seconds. Here we are. And we are waiting for Finland, or then we are waiting for Sweden and Norway.
You can hear them. This is
Norway.
This is Kasper Fosse.
There's Olli Ojanao, and there is Sweden.
There's Sweden. Victor Svensk back in the leading group here. So where is Finland?
There he is.
Very close. Here we go, cutting through the green. So dropped a small amount, still pretty close together though, these few. And France is still there as well. Here's Moulet.
Good job here by Quentin Moulet. Very close still, but important for him to maybe get about 4 to 5 seconds closer. Otherwise, there's a risk in this second part, which is a bit greener, that he's going to lose contact in the uphill from 9 to 10. We are waiting now for Denmark, Czechia, Sweden 2, France and Switzerland 2, France 2, of course. So now we're in the uphill. You can see Fosser, so definitely at Victor Svensk. That Victor Svensk can see ahead and see Fosser, but can the others, can Contamule see Fosser?
Here is the 5th place team, and it is Czechia. So with those top 6 teams on our start list, we've got 5 of them here in the top 5. The only one we're missing is Switzerland 1 after a big mistake from Daniel Hubman on the first leg. Otherwise, it's going quite to form here, and there's basically a group of 4 athletes together with Victor Svensk right in the middle of them. Here's Olli Ojanaho as well, just climbing over this wall here, very distinctive part on the map, and they've all gone quite close to the line here. They're on the right-hand side of the slope. You can see they're reaching the top of the spur, and they'll cross over to the left-hand side of the slope as well. Here's the next couple of runners. We've got France 2, we've got Switzerland 2 as well.
Mistake there by Switzerland 2.
Here. And Sweden 2, that's Emil Svensk. One of the runners from a previous leg, I think. So we've got a group of 4, Norway, Sweden, Finland, France, then a gap. We've got Czechia all by themselves, then we've got Switzerland 2, France 2, Sweden 2 in the next group, and here's France.
Yeah, you could see there when we were just behind Contamule in the green area, he couldn't see the others ahead of him. That's what I was talking about earlier, that it's once the gap is more than 5 to 10 seconds in the green bits, you lose contact, and then you have to be careful in order not to lose the others. Here we have Fabian Abersold as well, 2 minutes 44 behind, now in 8th position.
So if you're looking at that leading group of 4, there's got Sweden and France who've got the G control, so that's a slightly further one. The other 2 have got that same first control. And in the slope here behind the French team. Norway staying a little bit higher, everybody else dropping into the slope a little bit more, using those yellow parts. Camera runners, they've been doing intervals up this hill all morning and are having trouble, I think, keeping on the back of our fastest runners here.
Yeah, still good direction here by Victor Svensk. Looks also good for Kasper Fosser, now going a bit lower. But Fosser has the H control, so the blue control. Sweden, they need to go to the red one. So now it's a question, is anyone taking the other into the wrong direction here when they approach the circle? It can be quite confusing here for Victor Svensk to get to the wrong control. We have been talking about this, I think, on the second leg already. But if he's sure where he is, then it's not a huge problem. It's quite okay for him.
And you can absolutely see that he will have wanted to pick up that big boulder, the big black dot by control H, maybe as an attack point on his way into his control. We saw in the middle distance yesterday, those larger boulders were really obvious and useful as attack points. So yeah, no mistakes, no problems for them at all. Obviously, we lost France's GPS tag in there, but Finland dropping behind a little bit here for me.
Yeah, France a bit low now. They have to climb 10 meters, and he is a bit behind already from the beginning. So now I think he stopped there, hesitating. He has to climb about 5 meters. I'm not sure if he has seen the control. Now turning a bit away, now I think he got it. But I mean, now he loses contact, definitely, Contamule. Gap towards the 2 leaders, almost a minute.
And this is the athlete that's got the chance to then go and try and catch up France now. This is Thomas Krivda, who had such a stable and technical performance on yesterday's middle to take that win, his first ever Forest win. So he looks to be on good height as well. He's on the blue forking and has the opportunity to catch up now as well.
Struggles a bit, too low there in the slope. I think he's stopping, trying to relocate Emil Svens. But I mean, he's not at the right place at all. It's dangerous because he's stopping and he's too low. Now it drops down towards the path. Can't really see it there on the graphics. Back with the leaders.
Yeah, this is Sweden and Finland, Sweden and Norway here. This is going to be a really good battle, I think, between these two guys. I mean, they were first and second on the long distance, and it's going to be a really good battle. I think this is where we will see the win being decided between these two runners here, as they've now got a gap of 30 seconds ahead of Olli Ojanaho, just maybe not been able to keep with the pace of these two guys. They are so rapid running through the terrain here, dropping down into the 13th control. And, as our camera runner can't quite keep up with them as we go upside down in the terrain. This is really just going to be decisive, this fight between Norway and Sweden here.
Yeah, but I mean, if they just miss a couple of seconds here at the 13th control, it would open up again for Finland. So I think it's not over yet. It's less than a minute, everything less than a minute, I would say, happens quite fast if you hesitate at one control or if you do a small mistake. So now they approach the circle. They will come from the south, probably see the crack. Small cliff there and go up. I mean, they invested about 5 to 10 seconds into this control, but they didn't do any bigger mistake. You can see it here. Now we are with Hoya now, no problems. Well, you can see that they really try to see this crack. When they see it, they know that they have to go into the green in order to get to the control.
Yeah, really nicely done by all three of the leading runners there. Very impressive. And Ojanaho in third position at the moment. We've got France and we've got Czechia chasing. Two dangers, I think, as well. And here are the leading two teams there, and they're coming through the arena passage.
Now it's really not long to go. I mean, we have a couple of controls. It's the uphill to control 16 where you drop behind later, but it's just a couple of controls, and now it starts really this head-to-head, these small games. Who is going to take the lead? Do you want the other to go ahead? I mean, they probably know that it is unforked from here. Usually there are no forkings on the last loop, so you really can work with the speed. You can try to get into the other runner's head and have an impact on him and his execution of the controls. But, I mean, they're not allowed to do too many of those games. It's still less than a minute down to Olli Ojanaho, and it is a minute to Contamule.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still mistakes that can be made here, and Contamule is pushing really hard through this arena passage. You can see really opening up that stride as he goes to the next control in fourth position, but there's a potential for him still to get a medal if we get mistakes from the leading teams. And we're waiting for the next team now. It should be here in the next 20 seconds or so. We're looking for Thomas Krivda. Looked like he was about a minute down on the French team, maybe less. Here he comes. Here's Krivda. And Thomas Krivda, he has lost time overall on Norway, but has climbed some places here. Okay, in amongst the leaders then. And we start getting some tactical games here. And I wonder, they came through the arena passage. Kasper Fosse was in front. Look at Victor Svensson. He's just sitting behind him here. And, it it's this very distinctive part of the last leg running where you've got these two runners head to head.
And interesting now, it is split up a little bit, even if it's just a couple of meters through a green area. Every time you get out again, they will be looking for each other. And I wonder when they, who of the two runner is more eager to get a fight on the last meters and who wants to decide it on beforehand. I would say that Viktor Svensk maybe feels quite comfortable sitting behind a little bit more. That's how it looks like, at least. But I'm not sure. I haven't seen them like fighting for a victory head to head so many times before. Usually Kasper Fosse gets away earlier. So this is going to be very interesting. You can see that they're really climbing almost to the top of the hill. Then they will just drop down behind through the green. I don't think they're, I mean, can't really do big mistake here because you have the path behind. But of course, it is a green between the attack point and the control. So you're kind of blind on the last 30 meters. Still, it looks very good for them.
Yeah, it looks good for them, and it looks good for the chasers, as we have two the Swiss teams both coming through here. Rabosold's lost time compared to Kasper Fosse as well. He's caught up a few places. Theo Redondé as well for France too, coming through here. And of course, when you get these two teams, Swiss teams, of course the Swiss first team will want to beat their second team. This is Emil Svensk for Sweden too. No problems for the top two teams at control number 16, but I do get the sense that France is catching Finland here. Ojanaho, we kind of were talking before the broadcast, Jonas, a little bit about the speed of Ole Ojanaho not quite being up to the top runners, so we will have to wait and see. Here they are then. You can see that Fosse just trying to catch it. He's almost making the same mistake as Abersold, not quite seeing the control, but they've got it now. And again, Fosse is in the lead here. He's the one ahead. And I think Viktor Svensk is just happy to let him do the work.
You can see that Fosse is pushing really hard here, even if he has to do it. I mean, it's quite many short controls, so you don't have a lot of time to just be pushing and physically trying to make a gap, because you have to have a lot of map contact. But still, I have the feeling that he is trying to get away here on the way to 18 and 19. I think it's going to be decided out from control 19 then to 20. If you can, or you're able to stay a bit higher, maybe catch that small track, or if you're dropping down, is anyone getting stuck in a green for just 1 or 2 seconds, that can be very, very decisive now.
Here's Ole Ojanaho from Finland, just slightly hesitating into this one. Watch out, there is Kontamule, but is he going to come down from above? Yeah, he's got to be careful coming through the green here and dropping down from the crag as well. Just jumped there, got to take some risks here, and he's pretty much caught now on the heels of Ojanaho. This is a battle for bronze medal here.
Yeah, and the battle for the gold, they still, I think they just approached 18, looks very good when I look at the GPS. So now there's only one forest control left, it's control 19. Basically stay on the height, get out, pass a small, cross a small path, and then get to this crack. Now it's very nervous. The control itself is not very difficult. Basically, didn't see any mistakes this one earlier on the legs, but it is a mental fight now between Sweden and Norway, between Kasper Fosse and Viktor Svensk. And we have the next runner here hesitating a little bit at the TV control, Thomas Krifta. Two leading teams now, more than halfway to control 19. Still looks like it is Norway in the lead, followed by Viktor Svensk and Sweden 1 or 2 steps behind, as always on this course so far.
And again, further back, I think France is catching more to Finland. This is going to be a really interesting result. I was just looking up the last time Luca Basse won
it looks like Sweden is ahead here. Sweden got a small gap here, a very distinct exit from 19 by Viktor Svensk. If the GPS is accurate, we'll soon get to see them on the meadow to the last control.
Yeah, trying to catch up with them through the forest here. This is Finland and France, and there's the catch there. And I think France going ahead of Finland here. That's the 19th control. And we saw Sweden being so distinct here, and he's going to do it here for Sweden. Coming into the finish as we have Foster chasing. We've already seen Sweden through. As we focus our camera in on Norway, it's going to be a silver medal for him. And it was a tactical race here, I think, from Victor Svensk, just sitting behind and then knowing he's backing his speed here. There he goes. And the team of Sweden that was second, third and fourth yesterday are taking the win here today. Fantastic work to have Sweden back at the top of the relay results, and great work there, especially with the great work from Gustav Bergman on the middle leg too. But I think Victor Svensk played the tactics perfectly, and Norway come home for second.
I would say even more credit to Victor Svensk here, how he played this tactical game in the very end. You could see how he's loading behind Kasper Foster. Kasper Foster seemed to be quite eager to get a bit of a gap towards the last controls, but you could see on the GPS how he made a gap when he exited control 19, and it just grew and grew. And as I predicted, it was out from 19. If Foster can't get a gap before, then it's gonna be Svensk out from 19.
Well, Olli Janaho has put his foot on the gas here because Finland are going to take the bronze medal here. He was being caught by Luca Basset from France, but he had the speed at the right time. He had a good route out of the last control, and in the end, sorry, I was keep talking about Luca Basset, but Quentin Moulet, they're just losing out in terms of the speed there. France in fourth place. I wondered if France were going to get their first relay medal since 2019, and they nearly had it. Finland, great job from them with Janaho. Again, a bit like Victor Svensk, just keeping the right amount of pace in reserve at the end. And here we have Thomas Krivda for fifth place for Czechia today. They're going to be about a couple of minutes off the leaders, and a good all-round performance then with a fairly inexperienced first couple of leg runners, and Thomas Krivda bringing it home on this third leg.
And if you look a little bit behind, we can also see there's a tough fight going on still between Switzerland 1 and Switzerland 2. The next team then to approach after Czechia, taking the fifth position here. I would have expected maybe a little bit more. I mean, we know that they had young runners on the first two legs, but I thought that they, on home soil, would be able to keep close to the leading team. So after two legs, because physically, it's that kind of terrain where you can actually stay in a group. Here we have the fight between the two Swiss teams. I think this is Abersold.
Yeah, I think this is Abersold as well with the headbands, and he is ahead of Uli Veren. Oh,
you can't see where Uli Veren is.
This is the tracking though, and it does look indeed like Abersold is ahead. He's just basically blasting all the way out to the path. There's the French team just checking the map here. And here comes Abersold here. It will be the Swiss first team to take the bragging rights over the second team, but troubles on the first leg really, and a few troubles here on the last leg for Abersold as well.
It was basically one control that destroyed the relay for Switzerland. It was control 13 in the green for Hoopman. He lost about 2 minutes. Now they're almost 4 minutes behind, but once you're behind, you're more likely to lose more time. So I think it was unfortunate for the Swiss team. He was very close. He was very good positioned at control 12 for Hoopman, but then lost contact to the map towards 13. Abersold not satisfied here.
The big screen, I think. Yeah, no, shake of the head. He sees himself in 6th position, 4 minutes down. not his day today, but does get in ahead of his teammate Relay ENG, who will come home for 7th position and the second team as well. You always have to say that, as we see France 2 are the next ones to come in. We've got Sweden 2, Finland 2 also on their way into the finish very shortly. This is France 2 in ahead of Sweden 2. There we can see in the background Emil Svensk. France 2, Thomas Redondi will come into the finish ahead of Emil Svensk. And Thomas Skrivder climbing up 2 places ultimately there, and actually Abersol climbing quite a few places on that last leg. Climbing 4 places. Victor Svensk also climbing 4 places for Sweden 1, and Sweden 1 were 1.5 minutes down after that first leg. After the second leg, the deficit was only 38 seconds, but between the likes of Gustav Bergman and Victor Svensk managing to pull themselves up into the lead there. More teams coming through the arena passage here, like lots of kind of battles, I think, between a couple of the teams, as Finland 2 is on their way in. And even though there's lots of teams still out in the forest, there's kind of different pockets and groups of runners here who are going to be trying to, you know, race each other around that forest for the minor positions. And a really exciting relay. I mean, it's been very interesting over the last few years. I mean, we used to see huge gaps in relays, and over the last few years, they've been getting really tight and really exciting. And it's been one of my favourite races to watch, is the relay, because we always get so much drama, and it's been so nice to be actually back in the forest, back doing a forest relay, you know, for the first time in over a year since the World Championships last year in Finland. It's been really exciting.
It's been really nice. Good course again, as on the earlier days. It is, I mean, always in the relay when you have section with green areas, it's just messing it up. You can kind of plan the drama if you send them into green areas, and they were not overdoing it today. One thing that I think is a bit is very tough, but it's also an effect of, due to the case, I mean, we have so many teams that are tight in top, but once you lose 1 or 2 minutes, it's almost impossible to come back. 1 minute, 1.5 minutes still possible. Gustav Bergman proved that if you have a great start, you can catch time in the beginning, maybe get under 1 minute, and then you're kind of in the loop again. But if you're more than 2 minutes behind, it's almost impossible to get back into the fight for the victory and maybe even the medals in the men's race. In the women's race, I would say it's hard to get back in the fight for the victory as well, but you still have a chance for the medals if you're 2 minutes behind, because we have runners like Simona Abesold or Pia Young-Vik who can really make a big difference on the last leg. If you look at the men's race, so many that could win this last leg here, and many of them were out together today as well, so that of course adds up to the excitement then. And I like it when you have this kind of game on the last loop, that we have 2 runners and you can see clearly different approaches, different tactics for them. That you have one runner very active, eager to open up a gap, and the other one planning ahead and trying to find the way how to decide the race from the second last to the last control.
Yeah, and as the course, I mean, we've gone under the 90 minutes here, you know, every leg less than 30 minutes here on the men's. It wasn't that much longer than the women's course, and they've really flown around this one. It's been kind of short and intense, and I think that also brings a lot more teams into the mix as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you have if you would have relay with long distance races, it would be very few that could have 3 runners competing against each other. And if you, I mean, it even makes it different if you have 35 minutes or 30 minutes. So especially if you take, for example, the women's race where we had Lithuania in the fight for a very long time, or for like 2 legs, they did a great job. If that race would have been 40 minutes, I think it would have started to get quite tough for them and to keep up on world-class level physically. 35 minutes might be possible if you have add just a little bit of climbing, a little bit of time as well, can be tougher. But yeah, 30 minutes, really many runners can, if they have a group around them, they can stick together. Because if you are in the group and you're allowed to be a bit more passive in orienteering, which, I mean, of course you have to read the map, but you don't have to do all the work in the execution. Sometimes you can just tick off things that other runners do for you, and then it allows you to be maybe 2 or 3% slower and still be in the group. And of course then with 2 or 3%, it's quite a lot. So then we have close and tight relay races.
Yeah, very, very exciting stuff. And we can see confirmation then of the final results. It was just 13 seconds at the end, the gap that Sweden managed to make over Norway to take the win today. Finland getting the better of France in that fight for the bronze medal, and then a bit of a gap then back to Czechia. Bit more of a gap then back to the 2 Swiss teams who were having some troubles out in the forest today. So Sweden taking the victory in the men's, as we saw Norway taking the victory in the women's. 2 very different kind of relays in terms of how the last leg panned out, but very exciting for both of them. And we'll have a little look at how that last leg really panned out for these runners.
We had 4 teams. It was a bit unfortunate. Czechia was half a minute behind. They never really got into the fight, into this leading group. Small mistake here at control 3, and then especially here at 4 by Kasper Fosse. It'll be interesting then to see where Oja now did a mistake, because he was a bit behind. Then suddenly at control 8, here we have it. Missed control 6, so then we had the 4 teams together. France here, always a couple of meters behind. We were a bit afraid that they will drop off, that Contamune would kind of lose sight to the others. But they were more or less together until the 10th control. There we had a small mistake by Team France, where Moulet was a bit too low to the red control. Right here, so that's where we lose France out. And in this area here, I got the feeling that Oja now started to lose contact physically. Then he hesitated a bit into 12, and we had the gap from Sweden, Norway to Finland. And here it was very obvious. I mean, in this part, what we could see, Viktor Svensk was always 1 or 2 steps behind Kasper Fosse. Led him do the work. Got the feeling that he made up a plan how to execute the exit from control 19 to the finish. And he just exploded here after punching control 19 to the finish. You can see no chance for Kasper Fosse to keep up with the Swedish runner. Switzerland there was a second Swiss team as well. They were in the fight with Fabian Abersold. Let's hear from the winners from Team Sweden.
The winning team today, Team Sweden. Congratulations, guys. We'll hear from you. We'll start with you, Anton Johansson. Just recapping, together with a big group to begin with, then quite a mistake just before the arena passage, losing 90 seconds. What was your experience of your race?
Yeah, as you said, a big mistake just before the arena passage, but I felt quite strong all the race and tried to push hard. But down to 13, I was a little bit too eager and didn't take that extra look on my compass, and had a quite big mistake together with Daniel Hubman. But apart from that, really satisfying, and I have today 2 really amazing teammates that did the major job.
Yeah, you can say that, Gustav, that brought you into this chasing position, which seemed to suit you very well today.
Yeah, it was good. I felt quite strong, and it was a really, it was a bit, scary to go out alone, a bit behind, but then straight away in the first 4 Kings I saw a lot of people and felt really, really strong and could pass a lot of them, and already got the backs of Eirik Langedal Breivik after only 10 minutes running, so it felt really good, and then it was just full speed all the way and try to give Victor as good position as possible, and we know what he can do on the last leg, so it was just to give him a good position to go out.
Yeah, you had 30 seconds to catch up on Norway and Finland. Victor, what was your strategy?
I tried to push hard in the beginning to catch up with them, and I did that quite fast. So it's a nice feeling when you see Kasper and Ole ahead of you.
And then you seem to be quite in Kasper's heels the second part of the course after you caught up with him. What was your strategy there on the second half of the course?
The strategy was to run behind him and just wait to get the opportunity to push hard.
When did you do that then?
Second last control. He did stand 2 seconds, and then I saw the control. I took it and push.
And this is Sweden winning. We're 6 weeks away from the European champs in Lithuania. Norway has won last year in Finland, the world champs, won 2 years ago in Hungary, also the European champs. Does this give you the upper hand for Sweden ahead of these championships, Gustav?
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I think at least we're really, really happy with our performance today as a team. It was good, and we show what we can do. And then, as always, they are really, really strong other teams. But we will do our best to keep the winning streak going, for sure.
I'm sure you will. See you again in Lithuania. Thank you, and congratulations again, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Very, very happy Swedish team there, and I think Anton Johansson talking about his other 2 teammates, and they really managed to kind of pull it back there after his mistake. That's a confirmation then of the final result. And as he mentioned, we've got those European Championships in Lithuania towards the end of September. This World Cup, for me, it felt like it came really quickly after the World Championships, and for those concentrating on the sprint for most of the last year, it's been quite some adjustment to be back racing in the forest at this level, certainly. And I think there will be a lot of athletes who will be thinking about what they can do over the next 6 weeks before those European Championships.
Definitely, and it's a bit more time. Most of the runners will change to forest orienteering now, and I think most of them, no one will complain them that it was just a couple of weeks ago that they did sprint. So I think it is a change in technique. You have to regain your routines and everything, but and of course this takes a couple of weeks, but it doesn't take months. So I think most of the runners then will be totally in forest mode again. And for us, on the other hand, I don't think it will change much. It's hard for us to see that they lost kind of the routines. I think they feel it more compared to what we can see on the screens here.
Yeah, they'll be feeling every kind of single hesitation, dodgy compass bearing, lack of routine at the control. That's kind of hard for us to pick up here. But there was a celebration from the Swedish team, and it was exactly as we kind of thought in terms of the tactics that Victor Svensson did. He was sitting behind Kasper Fosse. He looked for that opportunity to move ahead, and he saw that at the second to last control. He said Kasper just hesitated for a couple of seconds. He just stopped. He said he saw the control and he went for it. He could see the acceleration, the GPS. My goodness me, it was so impressive. It's been a fun few days of competitions in the forest, very continental terrain, lots of different vegetation that's been able to test the runners, and these 3 teams have put together some cracking runs to be on top of the podiums. Then here we'll give them the flower ceremony for these top teams in, again, what was a thrilling head-to-head set of racing. I mean, we still, had a big group of almost like 13 runners together at that first section, and gradually cutting it down until we get these three in a big head-to-head race. And it was so great to see these, especially those last leg runners. We know teams tend to put their best runner on the last leg. They're just absolutely fighting it out there. But it is a Finland team that gets the bronze medal today. The team of Mika Kiemala, Tupi Sirjalainen and Olli Ojanaho, who got the better then of Quentin Millet from France on the last leg there. I think we're just introducing some of the dignitaries as the competitors there are gathering in front of the spectators are gathering in front of the podium, many of whom have been doing their own races around in nearby forests and towns as well. But we will get ready to award the flower ceremony then to Mika Kiemala, you can see on the left, Tupi Sirjalainen in the middle, and Olli Ojanaho on the right, the anchor leg for him. Just always in the mix then, that Norwegian team, that Finnish team, as we might expect, and super consistent performances throughout the whole of the competition in this World Cup, the individual races as well as the sprint. So congratulations to all of them. And then the silver medal team, just narrowly missing out on the win today, is the team of Norway. Lucas Liland is within about 30 seconds. So too then Erik Langedal Breivik pulled them up into the lead after the second leg, and Kasper Fossa made a few mistakes out there. Remember, control 4, he overshot it, maybe went to the wrong forking, was caught by Victor Svensson, the two of them together for a long way around the race. And Kasper Fossa, just one hesitation costing him there. But good overall performance from the Norwegian team. We've got such high expectations for that team. They are the world and the European champions. And then we will crown the winners today of the relay to kind of round off this World Cup. Team Sweden, Anton Johansson on the left, Gustav Bergman in the middle on the second leg, and Victor Svensk taking a medal in every single competition here. He's really, it'd be great to see if he can replicate that when we head to Lithuania. Big kind of breakthrough moment for him. So winning the long distance, a silver medal in the middle distance, and another gold here out on the relay, and winning O-Ringen as well. Just everything seems to be going right for Victor Svensk at the moment. So fantastic work for all three of those teams. And Jonas, it's been so fun to be back out in the forest again for a World Cup, not just from this relay today, but from the individual competitions as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just something different, isn't it, to be in the forest? There's more mistakes. It's for me, as the one who has to explain what happens, it's much easier to find stuff, because in the sprint it's usually left or right, and you can do the wrong route choice. So I have to repeat myself all the way. Might do that here as well, but in a different way.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about, so much to discuss and to analyse in terms of the technicality, the approach, the tactics, route choices, micro route choices and mistakes. Yeah, and it's been so exciting to follow these competitions over the last few days. As we mentioned, a 6-week break now until the European Championships to kind of round off the season in Lithuania towards the end of September. We hope you've enjoyed these races from Czechia. We certainly enjoyed commentating some fantastic courses. So yeah, we hope you've enjoyed watching, hope you've enjoyed following these races, and we'll be back then in a month and a half's time when we come to the European Championships in Lithuania. We'll see you then.
See you then.
this